Oh, hold on. Okay, whoops. Hold on, something... My audio settings. Hold on. Okay, cool. My settings were just being a bit mucky, but it's fine. Alright. Back at it again with, what's it called? More Human Spirit Agency. Let's see... let me get off the title screen. The music on this title screen is just loud. Hold on. We'll just load in. The title screen music is just so loud. It's hard to even speak over it. But yeah, let's see. I think it's a bit low on my end. Hold on. I put it too low on my end now. Should be fine. Let me know if it's too quiet on stream itself. I can raise it a bit, maybe. Slightly. Right, it's still like in ambient. Thursday, it's Thursday, yeah. Alright. Back to the present time in this game. Last case wasn't really like conclusive at all, really. Besides the fact that like it turns out, well, unless like it turns out there's some other twist going on with Mary that like, what's it called? That Yomu's pretty much overreacting regarding Mary. We'll see. But then it's also like, yeah, last case wasn't that conclusive in terms of like we still have like whoever killed that. Do we have the, where's the files? Evidence, as evidence, characters. Oh yeah. Whoever killed this DOC character, Okabe. And then, what's it called? That's still inconclusive. Like, it seems to be Reimu. But then it's like, why would Reimu do that? Like, we know like she's already kind of like checked out in a sense. But in case 1, but like, we don't really know why she's acting, why she would kill someone. It's the weird part. Like, but we have like the real Kida, and it's like, yeah, cool, his son. And then, okay, yeah, Gregory's actually Gregory. We know that then. And then Renko disappearing. So, yeah, last case was like more inconclusive. But, I mean, that's the point, but yeah. But again, it's not really case, it's called chapter. I'm just calling it case because, what's it called? Just carry over. From Ace Attorney. But yeah, whatchamacallit. Let's find out. And also, let's see. Because last case was actually like decently long as well. So let's see how we are there. So let's get straight to it. Rubinite came out. I'm eyeing it someday. I don't know when, but at some point, probably. At some point. But looking forward to it when we get around to it. Gregory's Sam. Ha. Yomu, could we put our differences aside for now? Huh? Oh. You're curious about what I'm looking into, right? Truthfully, it's not anything important. It's just been bothering me. There was once a book titled Honest Man's Death Volume 2 in this bookshelf. It should be here, but it's been missing ever since that case 1 year ago. It's a very special book. I'm not sure what's written in it, but it seems related to Psywaves. Oh yeah, right, the whole Psywave stuff. Like, what's it called? I mean, that's the thing. We know why like Seija was calling, well, we could infer like the reason why she was like acting like that with Gregory. Well, calling him Kida in quotation marks. But like, I don't know, Mary's still called Mary, so I don't know why she's being so coy with her in that case. I don't know. We'll see. But again, Mary is already a nickname for Maribel. But we'll see. But yeah, this whole like subconscious Psywave business going on. We'll see how that pans. It's always possible. We'll see. Maybe it's unrelated to the case, but the book went missing immediately after it. So it's been bothering me ever since. I wanted to talk to you about this book, but we don't have time right now. Maybe sometime in the future. Yeah, because they're going to be building up something with this Psywave business as well. Alright, Gregory... Miss Yomu, did you find anything? It's hard to say. A year has passed and it's unknown how many times this library has been cleaned. I doubt any obvious clues can be found here. Huh. But I do have something to give you, Miss Yomu. Here's information regarding some of the evidence from 1 year ago. You should take it. Oh, okay, yeah. That kind of deal. Just like, pretty much, yeah, we still gotta solve whatever hell happened a year ago. Got it. Thanks, Kida. He's still Kida because like he's still like in hiding to some extent. But yeah, at least we know now he's actually Gregory. Should have left his name Gregory. I guess it's more like because Yomu's more comfortable calling him Kida. Plus, like, yeah, in public at least, it's like just keep him as Kida. This is a lot less than I thought, though. Forensics in Gensokyo was not very advanced 1 year ago, so there wasn't much evidence we could collect. Only you knew what you learned 1 year ago. By the way, do you have that blood illuminant with you, Kida? Yes, I have it on me right now. Let's use it to see if there's any residual blood stains. Very well, however... Anything, Kida-san? Presently, I cannot say. Oh? Lumino is sensitive, but observing it under normal circumstances requires special apparatus. As I brought far too many things with me today, and the goggles required to use are quite sizable, I did not bring them. Oh, what do we do now? While I do not have the special goggles with me, the blue glow emitted by Lumino can still be viewed under dim or dark conditions. If only there was a way to darken the environment. Darken the environment? Oh, right. Because it was like... There's a light switch in here, but it was dark when Aya came inside here last time. What's this? Oh, okay. The JP version of Ace Attorney does take place in Japan, so Gregory in Gensoku's in the stretch. Yeah. It works out. But again, we don't really know, like, they don't mention Gregory being a dead guy. He's just, what's it called? The game just treats him as, like, an outside world human who came in, like Maribel and Renko. So I don't know if the game will mention that, like, yeah, he's a spirit or something. Or that he actually is, like, a spirit. We'll see. I mean, obviously we know he died in Ace Attorney. But, like, the game isn't really calling that into attention. One of his past cases, actually. Ha! Before he died. Whoa. Everything's dark all of a sudden. What's going on? I pushed this odd thingy and this happened? Miss Yomu, I believe you pressed a light switch. Light switch? Oh. Just try pressing that switch again, Yomu. Press it again. Sure. Okay, there's a lot of blood that was just there, huh? Whoa, it's bright now. Miss Yomu, this is called a light bulb. It's able to emit light through electricity. Without it, we'd be in total darkness once the door was closed. I would guess the Tengu installed them after the murder. Lights have been installed on each floor. So the building can be illuminated at all times. Oh, okay, yeah, works out. So they installed lights to prevent something similar happening again. Just so you know, there should be a light switch at the south entrance. It also controls this floor's lights. Okay, there's two switches, yeah. I don't know if someone else will end up dying inside here again as well. We'll see. Incidentally, both switches aren't on right now. Turning off either of the switches will extinguish all the lights on the floor. Aha. Okay, cool. Someone's gonna die in here again. We'll see. Someone's gonna die inside here again. Turn about Legacy. Which one was that again? The Blood Illuminant needs a dark environment. Alright, now let's actually look into that. That's... Trace of... Okay, it's a bit loud on my end now. Jeez. Hold on. I need to, like, find a decent volume setting with this game. I'll lower it slightly. Trace of blood. No way. Bloodstains go from here all the way to where the body was found. And the traces are from dragging the body. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. She died in the top area, not the bottom area. The body was moved. Yes, Miss Yomu. Take a look at these footprints at the south entrance. Oh right, oh yeah, that one. Yeah. There's only one type of footprint, and from its shape, we know they didn't come from the stilts Tengu wear. We can be sure the footprints did not come from a Tengu. Tengu stilts. They're single-tooth gator, right? Wooden sandals with a tall piece of wood at the bottom for navigating mountain paths. Which means these aren't left by Aya or Momiji-san. Who died so far? No one yet. We're now like investigating the case properly again from the previous year. And now we actually have like we actually have Lumino now finally. So we can actually see like actual blood. But we'll see. It feels like someone's gonna die though, because they introduced the light switch in this area now, so we'll see. Footprints are very clear, so they were most likely left by the true killer. It seems that after leaving the body there, the killer fled while no one was around. But why go out of their way to move the body there? Don't tell me it was to frame Aya. It's hard to say. Insofar as what we know, it could be a complicated maneuver with a deep motive. Or it could be as simple as the killer coincidentally placing the body there. Any case, it's one mystery that we cannot solve at the moment. However, we learn something else now. This is where the murder truly took place. But that would mean... Huh? It's nothing, it's just I found a few things at the location 1 year ago. So a couple of things come to mind. Okay, yeah, the dusty fingerprint. Handprint, rather. I see. First, let's turn the lights back on. Done. Thank you, Miss Yomu. The traces of the body being dragged to the true location of the murder. I suggest writing it down. Alright, the blood trail. Bloody footprints. The body was moved. What could this mean? Alright, let's take a look at the bookshelf. This bookshelf. Something the matter, Yomu? Well, regarding this bookshelf, I investigated it too back then and found a large portion of books on the bottom layers had fallen off. Okay. Bloodless bookshelf. I also found a handprint in a very strange position on the roof of the top layer. It's very likely related to the case. We can't see it anymore. It was something like this. As if the bookshelf's top layer was grabbed from upside down. It's very odd, and to this day, I still don't know how it got there. Okay. Unless, like, yeah, someone from the top floor. We'll see. They just drop downwards entirely. I'll be right here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Unless, like, that's how... What's it called? It's actually the victim's handprint. They died from being, like, dropped down from the second floor or something. Okay. Because I think, like, blunt force counts enough to get as, like, what's it called? Full damage. It still counts as blunt it still counts as blunt trauma. Alright, let me make sure let me just double check everything. I don't know if I'm gonna miss any secrets. Because I feel like I missed the secret thing from what's it called? From case from the 3rd chapter. But we'll see. Looks like Yakumo family. Whoops. Hey there, welcome. Yakumo family history. History of yoga. I didn't get around to checking if there was like something in chapter 3 actually. I'll do it after. Well, not after in stream, but like I'll do it after we're done with after chapter 4 before the next time we play, just in case I miss something. Or I'll just look. I'll see if there's any information online about it. Books about Kentoku's history. History. To make sure I'm not missing anything. Well, then again, I feel like he was in obvious spots though. Like it was what the paper on Reimu's desk. No. Actually, no. The one in case 2 was pretty like inconspicuous. Like, am I using that word right? It was like it was in one of the jars, so it's easy to miss in that case. So maybe similar deal with here. So I'm just making sure I double check everything. Study of brains. Study of brains barriers. Alright, is it still blocked off? Yeah. Ow. Watch out, there's a barrier there. Couldn't you have said that earlier? Anyway, it doesn't seem like we're going up there anytime soon. It doesn't seem the case anything to do with upstairs either. Let's leave it alone for now. Okay, yeah. It feels like it does have something to do with upstairs. They overlooked that entirely. Alright, now the bookshelf where they found the body. This bookshelf. Kida, the body was found in front of this bookshelf, right? Yes, the body was found leaning against the bookshelf. Is there anything you can tell about this bookshelf, Kida? I was not involved in the investigation, but according to Mary, most of the books at the top had fallen off. The books at the top had fallen off. Correct. Many of the bookshelf's books had fallen off, and most of them were from the upper layer. If the bookshelf was shaken forwards and back, the top would shake more, so it's only natural the books would from the top would fall off. Precise judgment. Miss Mary and I think so too. As for why the bookshelf was shaken, the only conclusion at present is the impact of the body hitting the bookshelf. The sitting body was also blocking most books on the lower layers, hence why most of the fallen books are from the upper layers. Yeah, that sounds right. Bloody bookshelf. Could you please turn off the lights again? Huh? Sure. Okay, there's like a gap though. It's like, what's it called? If they got dragged from like from top left to like middle left, it's like there's a big gap there. That's. Have you noticed it too, Miss Mary? Huh? Did you find something? Take a look for yourself, Miss Yomu. Look at the ceiling. The ceiling? Oh, okay. That's a bloodstain? Indeed, and judging from its position, it's directly above the pool of blood. What? A bloodstain on the ceiling where the murder took place. What on earth? Why is there a bloodstain all the way up there, and right above the crime scene too? Okay, yeah, second floor time. But the ceiling is at least 20 feet high. And the way the blood is disturbed, the victim's blood could not have splashed all the way up into the ceiling. Doesn't seem like it's caused by a splash either. More so an impact. An impact from what? I'm not sure, it must have been something with blood. Something stained with blood collided with the ceiling above where the murder occurred. It's the only explanation right now. Let's make note of it and switch the lights back on for now. Unless, like, I don't know, she actually died by being smashed against the ceiling. We'll see. A bloodstain above the scene of the crime. What could this mean? Now, the girls can fly, but they haven't used that too much yet. Alright, you as well. Okay, I'm almost there. You can do it, Hirari. Is Crossroad, if I remember correctly, halt. Up ahead is Mayohiga, the residence of my master. Sure you can. Who knows? We'll see. We'll find out. Just that, but also like 20 feet high. This is like you got flung, like horrifically. No humans are to step inside. I don't know what it is you want, human, but you better not take another step further. What are you planning, human? Speak. I can do this. I'd like to see Yukari Yakumo. Silence. A lovely human like you thinks you can address Yukari-sama directly. My neck. You're quite the rule breaker, human. Disrespecting the sages, not knowing your place. Death would be a mercy for you. If it weren't for that gardener and reporter protecting you, do you think you'd still be breathing right now? No, Are you angry, human? Very well. If you have anything to say for yourself, go ahead. Talk as much as you like. Talk. Say you're innocent if you dare. Well, Don't kill me. I'm not surprised. I don't need to explain myself anymore. Close your eyes. It might not be as painful. Maybe. Huh? Yes, it's me. What? Understood. I'll be there in a minute. Of course, she's unharmed. I can't guarantee she'll want to come, though. Very well. Thank you. Thank whichever god blessed you with luck, brat. Unless that Yukari just like, what's it called? Just telepathic messaging. I can't feel my legs. Have the two of you discovered anything? Well, you know what I discovered too? It's just that I'm not sure what it implies. Yes, Messiah is the one on the mountains Tengu, so perhaps she can shed some light for us. How about we go back to 1 year ago? Miss Mary, do you mean 1 year ago, on the day of the murder around 7 AM, Momiji and Aya discovered the victim's body beside the bookshelf? Before that, at 6, Momiji and the victim exchanged shifts with the previous guards. The victim was seen at the time, so we can be sure the murder occurred after that. In other words, it occurred after Momiji started her shift at the east, before the body was found. Roughly 6 to 7. During this time, we know that only the people who enter the library are the victim, Momiji, and Aya. And according to our findings, the killer dragged the victim's body, which is impossible for anyone inside the library to have not heard that disturbance. Which would mean the murder should have taken place before Aya entered the library, that is 6:50. True. In fact, at 6:50, Momiji heard 2 sounds come from Vin. If what she said is true, highly possible it was the victim being killed or the killer manipulating the scene. And in that case, the killer was still inside the crime scene at that time and only left through the south entrance after. Oh, okay, yeah. After Momiji went inside and then found Aya, that's the time to leave. That means there's 2 possibilities. After the noise, the killer immediately fled for the south. Or instead of fleeing immediately, the killer hid within darkness of the library. How did your Uma anniversary pools go? I haven't done it yet. I'm gonna go for light hello at least. I'm not quite sure with Tachyon yet if I go for maxing her out, but at the very least I'm gonna go. I have lots of rolls saved up, but I haven't started rolling yet. I did like the first 10 pool and then I threw an extra one, but nothing of note from there. So we'll see. But at the very least, like, yeah, I have like enough rolls for a while to like I have like 80k carrots plus like 100 tickets. So it's enough if I need to get like, if I get super unlucky and don't get any light hellos, then I'll just double spark light hello. But yeah, I gotta check my plans though, because I think Tamamo Festival is soon. I want to get that Tamamo as well. So we'll see. I need to see like what I'm rolling for afterwards, because yeah, I gotta check my plans. Because I kind of want to go for Machan as well. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. Gonna see how my rolls are shaping up and what's coming up rather. Because I got what's it called? One Maruzensky card from Lost Banner, luckily enough. So I'll see, like, I might go for the rerun for more copies, but gotta see how my savings look. We'll see. Plus, I think there's a ticket. I don't know if it's paid only or if it's like you could earn it. But there's a ticket for which you can get another copy of it. And I think 1 LB is fine for Maruzen. So we'll see. But yeah. I just log in. I just do logins usually on 600 carats, yeah. I mean, I think from logins, then yeah, there's like daily careers, but they added independent training. Independent training now, so which is pretty nice if you're like too busy to play. You have like just set up the training, the career rather, and then 15 minutes later, cool, here's your Uma, and your daily's done essentially. So that's pretty nice. Especially if it's just like event farming or parent farming, it's like, what's it called? It's pretty nice now with that for those as well. The killer hidden within the darkness of the library. If it were the latter, then it's possible the killer was still inside when Meiji and Aya discovered the body. Huh. I don't really know how to play well, so I mostly pull the characters and not cards. I see, yeah. Yeah, cards are like the backbone essentially. There is like a future feature from JP where like you can borrow like pre-made decks that the game made, but I don't know when we're gonna get that. Just like it's pretty alright as like what's it called, as a basis. Not obviously not meta, but like it's alright. It has like some pretty solid cards in there from what I've seen. I don't know when they're gonna add that feature, because I think it's like it's dependent on like actual scenarios being released or characters. Because I remember seeing like Orfevre in one of those. I think the Orfevre anniversary card in those decks. But yeah, in JP you also don't need to level them. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the support card update. But I have lots of money and points, to be fair, so I don't. It's pretty chill right now for me. But what's it called? It'll be nice when like yeah, lots of stuff to look forward to. Even then, independent training came super early. Like that was like a really recent JP feature, but now it's like yeah, sure, here it is now in global, like super early. Huh? What do you think, Miss Yomu? Me? Yes, what do you think, Miss Yomu? Was the killer still hiding inside the library when the victim was found? I feel so. I think so. I have a lot of money, but not that much points, though. Ah. I think so. Yeah. Under those circumstances, the killer would... Okay, we got discovered. Surround them. What? While I carrying sneaking library, don't move. You're coming with us. Crap. Oh, I didn't see who that was. Everybody. Oh, Aya. Everybody run. What? What the hell? Don't let them get away. What is... Stay calm. This is... Hey. Ah! Oh, these floors are really hard. My right shoulder. Someone pushed it. It's chilly. What's going on? Yomu, stay calm. Don't let them get away. Moving now is unwise. Here. Get the lights. Yeah. Okay, Sage's here as well. So unless Sage just snitched on us. 2 million coins and 1k points, damn. I can't remember how it was. I feel like I was short on money before. Not points. I can't remember. It was like one of them I was short on for a while. Might have been money. But then again, it's like I got to a point where I didn't need to do like potential upgrades. So then I just hoard money. Because I mostly focused on like some of the Umas I really want to train. That hurts. Not so rough on Michi-chan. Huh? I got you. Don't move. I can't move. You're coming with me. Hey, everything okay over there? Are you okay, Yomu? I'm fine. Someone just pushed me. Hey, that's... Hey, you okay? What, she... What's that? It's wet. Don't think that was there before. I presume she hit her head on the bookshelf over there. She's not breathing. Okay, cool. Another Tengu guard getting killed. What? Do CPR quickly. Science, how dare you? Add assaulting on Tengu to list of charges. Arrest them. What? And just like that, the Tengu restrained all of us. Worried that the fighting back would only worsen the situation, we had no choice but to obediently follow the Tengu. We were taken to where they detain criminals. On the way, the Tengu that hit her head would get... Okay, cool, she's alive. Cool. But it's just assault. Thankfully, it wasn't anything serious, but what's waiting for us is... prison. Alright, cool. Well, Aya turned the lights there. Sage's in the scene, but we don't know what she's doing here. That was surprising. Where the heck were you when they came, Aya? I was chatting with someone. Sorry. Alright, who's the someone? Who? You were chatting while being on lookout. You aren't ha-haing your way out of this one. Well, Sane-san really wanted to chat with me, so I had... Oh, okay, Sane again. So I had to respond to avoid looking suspicious. Miss Sane? Outside the library too? Yep, I bumped into her while checking the south entrance and, you know... by the time I realized they charged into the library, it was already too late. To make up for it, I took a deep breath and made for the lights. That would give you guys a chance to escape. I didn't expect that it was pitch black in there with the lights off. I was bumbling around and got subdued by Momiji. How were we supposed to react? We just charged in and turned off the lights like that. By the way, you weren't the one who knocked out the Tengu, were you? Of course not. I had better things to worry about. What about Kida and Mary? Moving around in darkness is very dangerous. I believe you would concur, Miss Mary. Wasn't Gregory killed in the dark as well? Wasn't it dark as well? Like, what was it? Was it dark? I know it's the earthquake. Was it also dark? Like, what's it called? Did Von Karma just shoot into the dark, or was it actually like still lights there though? I know it's the earthquake, but I don't know if it was a blackout. I can't remember. I believe you would concur, Miss Mary. Yes, I was so shocked I could barely react. What about you, Yomu? I think I heard you make a sound. Were you hurt? It was nothing. Someone pushed me, so I fell down. Someone pushed you? Do you know who it was, Miss Yomu? Well, I'm not sure. It was complete pandemonium, and I could barely see anything. All I know is someone pushed my right shoulder, and I lost my balance. Is that so? It was in dark. They asked... Oh, right, there's no air circulation. They passed out. That's it. Okay. It was just, yeah, no air. Fair. Neither me nor Katsura felt anyone pushing or passing by. Do you not remember anything, Yomu? Anything else? Well... my right shoulder. Right shoulder? My right shoulder felt a bit cold after I got pushed. Turns out it had been stained with water. You can still see some traces of it even now. That's... It seems like a handprint. Huh? Handprint? Really? That is so. I've seen similar shapes during my study of Ayente. While you can't make out the fingers, you can still roughly make out the shape of a hand. That seems to be the case. Now that I think about it, it does seem like it got there when I was pushed. Whoever it was, their hands must have been drenched. Speaking of, I'm not sure if anyone noticed. The Tengu passed out seemed to have traces of water on her shoulder too. Okay, yeah. I noticed that as well. She was right in front of me, so I had a good look at her. I know for a fact her right shoulder was dry before the lights went out. I see. Let's lay out what we know so far. When the lights went out, Yomu and the Tengu were standing face to face between two bookshelves. Then someone pushed Yomu's right shoulder eastward and the Tengu's shoulder westward. Thinking about it, I seem to also recall the sound of two collisions. Was that the sound of Miss Yomu? I think so. I heard it once before I was pushed. When the second instance of the sound was likely when Yomu was pushed. From that we conclude, if there was only one culprit, the culprit first pushed the Tengu towards the left before pushing Yomu towards the right. These movements were very disorganized. The culprit was in a hurry. Okay, if the Tengu was pushed first though, they went... Where'd they go then? Because they were going upwards. Say, Mary, what was that CPR thing you mentioned? Ah, that would be cardiopulmonary resuscitation. It's an emergency protocol procedure, rather, where you put one hand over the other and perform chest compressions to restart a stopped heart. Although it seems that Tengu's body is much more resilient than I imagined, not needing CPR to recover. I see. So, why do we roughly know what happened now? We still have no idea what the person in question, who the person in question is. Also, we're still stuck here, so there's nothing we can do anyways. I do wonder if Aya turns out to be sus. Because, like, there's still the weird thing of, like, Aya becoming besties with Yomu after the case a year ago. So, that's being treated as, like, kind of odd. Even in game. So, we'll see, I don't know. Nothing we can do anyways. But again, there's a lot of oddities in the game that I think the game is aware of it. Like, it's not hiding that, how to say, that, like, yeah, Reimu being, like, a murderer, or, like, Chirino suddenly becoming smart, are just normal things. So, let's see. If you replace the A and I with S, and U with U, you get sus. Sure. There certainly isn't much we can do at the moment. If only we could investigate. Also, Seija was also in the scene. Like, Seija... I'm curious to see what they do with her. As well. Man. Jeez. Didn't expect you guys to end up here too. Others a couple days. You're here too. That voice... Okay, yeah, Reimu. Of all the people I could have had as neighbors, even if I'm down on my luck. Okay, yeah, cool. You just been stuck here for a while. It's... Reimu-san? You've been locked up here, Reimu Hakurai. They said I needed a bit of punishment, so they threw me in here. Let's show them the let's show the Tengu how miserable the mighty Hakurai Shrine can be. Ugh. You don't feel any remorse for what you did? If it weren't for you, Akyu-san... Shut up. I know, just shut up. Okay, yeah, like we brushed over Akyu getting killed still. So let's see if we have that kind of like, or rather like motive for why Akyu got killed. So we'll find out as well. Hey, that Kira Katsura guy's here too, right? I am. Were you that person from 1 year ago? To tell you the truth, no, that was one of my friends. Seriously, I thought you were... Miss Reimu, you aren't the killer behind that case a year ago, are you? You aren't the killer. Huh. What? Weren't you the one who kept accusing me like your life depended on it? You wanted the real key to Katsura to prove your innocence, right? You know the person the real key to what? You know the person the real key to Katsura witnessed wasn't you. Ah, okay, yeah. But a true killer. She wanted him to clear your name. Okay. Are you trying to be my lawyer? I'll tell you now, that's out my budget. No, Miss Reimu. I've had an entire year to think about it. Considering motive, means and circumstance, I believe that you had absolutely no reason to take the life. And I refuse to believe that the person who took such good care of me half a year ago would actually be a cold-blooded murderer. Okay, yeah, cool. She took the book, but then... I don't know, the book thing is still weird though, so we'll see. You're well aware of what I did a few days ago. With my own hands, Akyu, But it's something you regret very much, isn't it, Miss Reimu? Okay. What? All that anger is not because you're ashamed of what you... Is it not because you're ashamed of what you did? A criminal who does not regret their actions cannot all be concerned with the crimes they have committed. God, you lawyers always love to run your mouths off. Yes, you're right on the mark. I know the culprit in that case a year ago. But you know who the culprit is, don't you? You lured Miss Sane into playing go with Miss Omiji in order to create an opportunity for the culprit to sneak in, right? Also, the missing talisman was on Miss Aya. That means the only way the culprit could have bypassed the barriers with your help, Miss Reimu. I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, why would I do that? You had a deal. Oh, okay. Reimu takes the book while the culprit gets access to the library. There's a book you wanted very much inside that library. Okay, yeah. The exact library the culprit needed access to, so you came to an agreement. You would help her get in, and the culprit would help you get that book. However, you never expected a murder would come out of it. But at that point, there was no going back. You were stuck in the same boat as the culprit. Yeesh, you guys sure are good at coming up with stories. So many things have happened, Miss Reimu. Are you going to keep quiet? Continue keeping quiet? Unless, like, Akyu killed... I don't know how Akyu would do it, but, like... What's it called? If Akyu killed, the Tengu for some reason. I don't know. I don't think so. Right now, we're trying to find out what really happened a year ago. If you tell us the truth, there might still be a way out. You seriously think I'll just trust you like that? You know you're saying you can get me out of here when you're behind bars yourself, right? Miss Reimu. You guys are having fun. Okay, this Seija now. Hey there. Seija-san? What business do you have here? I recall you were there too. Okay, cool. Someone mentioned she was there. Cool. Someone mentions that she was there. I don't know if it was something that only the players saw, but not the rest of the characters saw. Well, okay, cool. Are you here to make fun of us? Believe it or not, my dear, I'm here to apologize. Huh? Earlier in the day, I saw Momiji working up quite a sweat carrying someone, so I asked her what happened. I heard her story and felt something was off. A person fainting from a heat stroke would make such an audible noise. Nah. So I gave the Tenku my 2 cents and, you know... Oh, okay. Not really snitching on purpose, just that it turns out... Okay, whoops, it was you guys investigating instead. If my hunch is correct, you're investigating that case from a year ago, aren't right? If I'd known sooner... Yeah, I'm gonna be sick. All of this is your fault. You're standing there without a care in the world. Reimu. Actually, yeah, you're completely right. Seriously. Well, that's all I personally have to say, my dear. Personally. Yep. Here she is. Okay, there. We saw her in the courtroom, but not in the overworld. You... The Yama. I inquired about the situation with the Yakumo family an hour ago. You were mistakenly arrested due to Yukari Yakumo asking you to investigate the library, correct? Huh? Oh, okay, Yukari's covering for us. Yes, that is correct. It is? In that case, I have given the Tengu my regards. You breaking into the library was simply a misunderstanding. The Tengu will pay the Yakumo family a visit in the near future. What's going on, Kida? It's a long story. Before we set out, I had Hirari do me a favor. Oh, okay, right. Hirari Marakiri? It was insurance. I had her hide near the library. I told her to head to Mayohiga if she ever saw a large number of Tengu marching our direction. She was taken to Mayohiga a few days ago due to a case, so she should know the way there. Once there, I had her ask Yukari for help. So that's how it is. How'd you manage to convince her to help us, though? I had her say it would cause Miss Mary no small amount of trouble. That was all. Oh, okay, yeah. Yukari seems to be... What's it called? Attached to Mary in some fashion. Some reasons unknown, Yukari will absolutely not allow Mary's life to come to danger. That alone is enough to enlist Yukari's help. Okay. So can we go now? You have been cleared of the crime of breaking into the library. However, there is still the crime of assaulting a tank. Oh, okay. We gotta prove that Yomu didn't touch her. What? After negotiation with Tengu, they have agreed to let at most one person free. Marable Hearn. You currently explicitly cleared to prioritize your safety. You may go. What? Okay, do players marry now? Let's see. But come out when you're ready. I shall wait outside. Hang on. Anything else? Please, release Yomu instead. Okay, fine. I'll remain here. What the hell? Yomu... Why? You were right, Yomu. I've been hiding for a year. Even now, I'm trying to hide. I'm scared. Of the truth, or the dangers involved was the truth was finding out. If I'd stopped hiding for even just a day in the past year, this matter would have resolved a long time ago. To be fair, Kida did need prep time though. Well, Gregory needed prep time to make Luminol, to be fair. he needed prep time. That's why I'm counting on you, Yomu. You're the only person left. The only one who can save me and save Renko. Please. For me and for Renko, unveil the truth. I understand. Switching is fine as long as it's voluntary. Are both parties in agreement? Yes. Okay, yeah, it kind of works out to have Yomu be like doing the rest of the investigating on her by herself, because like Kida and Mary were kind of carrying her in that previous section. Not gonna lie, or Gregory rather. Like she was just getting carried. You can do it, Yomu-san. I'm sure you'll be fine. Do not worry about us, Miss Yomu. We'll be fine. In that case, we should make haste. Mary, okay, hopefully this lightens up Mary in your eyes now. As well. Huh, calling me surprised. Who knows? Actually, Miss Sager, there's something I want to ask you regarding a year ago. Oh? 1 year ago, the prosecution investigated the library before the defense. Is that correct? Yep, that's right. Was Chirino also present? Nope, she pretty much only sleeps back home, so I did most of the heavy lifting. Okay, yeah. And it's like, cool, but how did Chirino just know about everything? I see. There was no barrier when I went to investigate. Was that the prosecution's doing? We have a memory to the test, are we? I suppose. Tengu turned off the barrier for me, so I had to investigate. I had to come and go as I... So I'd be able to come and go as I pleased. Which means, before your investigation, the barrier was still active. I have sudden questions, my dear. Nothing much. There was just something I was wondering. Thank you. Alright. Don't know fully with that yet, but let's see. What can I do to mend the situation? Come on, Yomu, think. I can't think of anything that others will... I can't think of anything. Under such circumstances, just me alone is... Okay, yeah, we get like, Yomu to prove herself now. It's simply not enough. Do I have to let them down? Is there no other way? Is the only option to give up? When you do something, make sure you do it to the very end. That's what I live by. Renko? Okay, just hallucinating Renko. Or just, well, not hallucinating, but just like remembering her words. Renko. Is that all it takes for you to give up, Yomu? That won't do. If I were in your shoes, I'd definitely keep going. That's why I'm here. That's why I could meet you, Yomu, because I always keep going. I was once scared like you, Yomu. Scared it wasn't up to the task. Scared that all my efforts would be in vain. But then I encountered something I didn't want to give up on. Something I didn't want to give up on. Ideals I didn't want to give up on. That's why my philosophy is to see everything through to the end. Come on, Yomu, stand up. If I can do it, then you can do it, because that's the Yomu I know. Ranko, okay, yeah, Yomu just down bad. Well, alright. At least you get to, it's enough to like pep her up again. When you do something, see it through to the very end. To find and save Renko, the very first request I gave myself when I took over this agency. That's enough soaking. You've gone through everything in the last few days. How is this any different? Everything is related to that case a year ago. The murder in the library, the murder in the village, the murder at the shrine, and that's in today's incident. Is there a common thread among all of these? Something or someone? Wait. Well, Reimu is involved in all of them, that's for sure. Okay, back here. Well, there's that weird seal, at least. But, good, it's here. Just what have you found out researching that symbol for the past year? The new announcer in his peak... Ha. I've seen the odd... I've seen, like, one line from it around. It's like... I don't know, like... What's it called? The two of them, like, discussing slasher films or something. Forgive me. I'll be taking a look. Wood rat. Red, red, and even darker red. An endless abyss of red, ever getting darker. The shadows of red are consumed by yet more red. This picture I found at the shrine, I must say, this keeps getting more and more interesting. I've decided to label my research according to the sexagonary cycle. So, people first action over story. I can see that, honestly. It makes sense. I can see that. Not for any particular reason, it just feels appropriate. Wood ox. Renosuke-kun told me this picture is a sigil and a symbol. If it's a sigil, but that would suddenly mean it's a marking of some kind of magic. What kind, I wonder? Zero moral depth. Ha. If it's a symbol, judging from the symmetry, it's likely man-made. What does it symbolize, I wonder? I should bother my search. Metal Dragon. I found it. A book with the same aura as the signal. On This Man's Death Volume 1, even without opening the book, I feel that sense of familiarity, even purer sense. The villager who had this book didn't know where he got it from, only that it was passed down by his ancestors. The oh, okay, cool, that's where the Marakiri's, well, Hirari comes in now, cool. It's linked to this sigil. To look into them in the future, but first I need to see what this book really contains. Meadow Snake. I keep forgetting the contents of this book. Why? I can read all the words, but the moment I put down the book, I mainly forget everything. All I can remember is that I read it. Even if I try to copy down the words, the moment my eyes leave the page, I forget everything I had just read. Okay, it has like some funkiness with it. If I have someone read it to me, the moment I heard the second word, I've forgotten what the first word was. The Marakiri family told me they knew what the book's contents are. How odd. Right, there's also like Sage's beef with Hirari, so we shall see. It's worth looking into the past of this family. Metal Rabbit. The butterfly's blood. This is what I'm missing. Sage's-san told me about this when we talked. Apparently during her travels, she heard about special people who had the butterfly's blood inside them. When these people draw the sigil with their own blood and perform appropriate gestures, they're able to use a mysterious power. Unfortunately, not even Sage knew what the power is, nor does she know how to make use of it. It does seem related to this book, however. The Super Psychian... Okay, this thing now as well. Okay, it's also loud as hell, jeez. The title theme is so loud. Hold on. I'll lower it a bit. Once I heard about Mary, I didn't realize it was related to what I was researching. When I sat down to think about it, I suddenly felt like the book contained these very same words. It seems reading it for hours on end proved useful after all. Okay, yeah, Aki just brute force that. When a life is born, they have a super psyche which controls their thoughts. As they interact with others, the subconscious of those others become the sub-psyche. Okay, yeah. Which continues until a person's death. But for what reasons are sub-psyche is born? Was that our psi waves? RPG may create a turning game. We'll see. It would work out for like investigating segments with a court case. I could see it. Evidence gathering and whatnot. It would seem. You aren't just lying that book and that sigil. What a pig. I don't know if it's what the like wood metals dragon. Unless that's a sex nag level thing that Aki mentioned. I don't know. It's vaguely familiar, but like it's like some I know some Chinese thing, but not sure. In this world, there was once only one of them with pure butterfly's blood, and some of others with half butterfly's blood. The pure blood and half blood are passed down the bloodline, but no matter what, there can only be one pure blood at any time. For others, no matter how hard they try, no matter whose blood they mix with, will forever be half. The exact reason is unknown, but one thing is clear. When two people with half sacrifice their own lives and draw that sigil of their blood, with a method from the book, they're able to control one super psyche and sub psyche. Okay. Kind of. For example, if two half-bloods die, one could draw the sigil of their blood, and with a method from the book, allow them to control the super and sub-psyche of another as they please. Oh, okay. As of like another person. Okay. So one is just dead, but then the other one can then do their thing, with them being dead. That is to forcefully and completely imprint their super psyche into another person's mind through psi waves, and then replace the super psyche of the target with their own sub psyche. Okay, yeah, like possession, pretty much. Thus control another's thoughts to become another you, a terrifying power. The more unique half-blood's blood is used, the stronger the effect. And pure blood surpasses all half. No matter how many types of half is combined, it will never match the effects of pure. Furthermore, the book contains a portion of the power. Of course, one book is enough to activate the effects, but if one had 2 or even 3, the power it would release is terrifying to think about. This was all written on the book delivered to my doorstep by an unknown person. Perhaps someone knew about this in my research. I wanted to remain anonymous. He sent me the information and nothing else. Who's this person and why do they know so much? Is what they say the truth? If it's true, where are these books? Where are the people with butterfly's blood? But that's not important. What has been worries the book's final message. You will die at the end of the day. Oh, okay. Will I just read? It's also surreal and then hard to understand. I got the gist, but yeah, it's a lot to take in at once. Even though we've had sub-psyche and super psyche being mentioned here and there. To hell with it, the present's more important. RQ's notes don't seem to be much help. No choice but to go with plan B. There's like something being cooked up. Oh, this Sui cut. I getcha. In that case, I'm counting on you. Hey, why the rush? Huh? What if I said, I'd rather see you captured by a Tengu and tortured, so I'm not helping? What's you gonna do then? What if I said, if you don't help me, Reimu-san will forever bear the crime of killing 2 people? Oh, okay, yeah. She has reason to help us now. She still killed Akyu, but like, I don't know, that's still weird though. Unless like someone possessed Reimu in that moment. And like, what's it called? With the whole sub-psyche, super psyche stuff going on. We'll see. Straight for the neck, hey? You're the worst. A few days pass and you're a completely different person. I don't have time to waste on you right now. Every second wasted is every second they're in danger. My bonds with them are the same as your bond with Reimu. Is that enough for you? Yeah. You have my support. I'll get a couple old friends from hell to help. We'll show them just how loud an Oni can be. Thank you. Okay, what? As a distraction or something? Let's see. By the way, what is it? When you finally get to the bottom of what happened 1 year ago, I'll accept it, whether Reimu's the killer or not. So don't you worry, just focus on finding the truth, alright? There's always more means than an end. Than ends. Understood. Again, thank you. I'll be off then. Unless it's like someone possessed, unless it's like, what's it called? Someone possessed Chirino, and then that same person possessed Reimu because of that whole like, is that, what was that phrase again? Something gods or something. And it's just like, it's that person's catchphrase. And it's like, that's why Chirino and Reimu were saying that catchphrase, that gods, whatever phrase it was. Probably, maybe, who knows? We'll find out. Alright, they love to bust down our door. Yomu Kompaku, that's quite a mouth you have on you. Words like the library's murder, helpless Tengu and weak Tengu have been the talk of Gensokyo lately. Okay, yeah, their reputation is like getting like dragged. What do you think the consequences of this will be, I wonder? What do you think? What do I think? I think your head would be more than suffice as a message to Gensokyo. However, out of our kindness, we have an alternate option for you. Whatever you said about us, retract it. I don't care how, you have 3 days. Erase any unfavorable comments about us and your life will be spared. Otherwise, we'll be putting your head on display for all Gensokyo to see. How about it? Would you like the first option or the second? I'll let you say one word. Moron. You. Get her. You. Alright, you said your piece, now it's my turn. Ayesha Mamoru's the fastest Gensokyo in the skies, I'm sure you know that. But she doesn't even come close to my speed on land. I'll also give you 2 options. Listen to what I have to say and do what I tell you to. Of 2, find out who's faster, your guards or me. Alright, speed blitzed. Understood. Please continue. I want to make a deal with you with the Tengu. A deal? Give me a couple days. I'll solve the 2 cases in the library and clear everyone's name. That includes the Tengu's reputation. In exchange, promise me you won't do anything to the people in your prison, and that you will release everyone once the truth is revealed. You can either agree to these terms or see who's faster. Make your choice. 3, 2, 1. I hear you. I agree. Fine, I agree. I'll let everyone know about this. You happy? Oh, so temporarily release Ayesha Mamoru. I needed to solve the case. Okay, cool. We got our assistant back. Very well. I'll discuss with everyone. Come to the mountain tomorrow. Okay. Keep in mind, if I find out you went back on your word or did anything to the people in prison, I will come for you first. Understood. Alright, still a bit more investigating. Oh, to be fair, it's like, the game is more like investigations, how to say, structured. So it's a lot, it's majority is investigating. Oh, that was scary. It felt like my heart was gonna explode. This is really not good for my health. Okay, yeah, she played tough. Huh? Come in? By the best game, of course. I think Grace Attorney is my favorite of the Ace Attorneys that I've played. I think Great is my favorite one. Well, Great 1 and 2. I see them as a package, to be honest. How old is this one? 2017. So it's like almost 10 years old. Yomu-san, hello. I saw a couple of Tengu storming out just now with the recent rumors. You okay? What of GT, the Great Attorney? Ha. Oh, right. It was on the DS for like a while, yeah. The DS itself. I forget how old Great Attorney is. Could be better. Okay. Well, pretty nice agency you have. About what I want to ask you. Do we have to get into business already? Yeah, sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. It's fine, I get you. So, what would you like to know about Yomu-san? A few days ago, you ran into Aya at Yokai Mountain, right? Right. Well, a bunch of Tenku stormed into the building behind her, and then Aya herself also hurriedly dashed. Okay, cool. Some time has passed. It's not all just been one day. A fair bit of time has passed. I never did learn what happened after I left. That's it, Sane-san. I'd like to ask you if you've noticed anything about that group of Tenku. Well, I don't really remember all that clearly. I know they were in a hurry and their faces were all red. Sorry, I don't have any valuable info. My memory is pretty foggy. No, this is very valuable. You said the Tenku's faces were red, Sane-san. What, they were wearing the Tenku masks? Those things? Huh? Yeah, I guess. Do you remember which Tenku in particular? Oh, Momiji-san, probably out of breath and sweating, so it should be her. Oh, you mean red as, okay, just red as in, like, literal red. Not literal red, rather. Like, blushing red. Sane's testimony. Okay, that's more than enough, thank you. Huh? Are you sure that's enough? Well, I'm happy I was able to help Yomu-san. Aha. With your testimony, Sane, my victory tomorrow is guaranteed. Huh. Momiji's face being red. Unless, like, Momiji is the one who slapped everyone. Because, like, Momiji was sweating. And her sweat would be chilly. And wet. Yeah, okay, yeah. So Momiji is the one who's, like, who pushed everyone. Because of her sweat. I guess. Let's see. We haven't looked at the second floor yet, if we're even gonna go there though. So we'll see. So that's what happened. What the heck? That was way too reckless, Yomu-san. If you hadn't hurt that Tengu, you'd be making any of old Tengu kind. They won't stop coming after you. For the rest, I didn't think about it that much. There wasn't much to think about. Knowing you guys are still here under the threat of death. Yomu... Not the twist where it turns out Yukari is the president. Ha. 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 Speaking of, Miss Aku's research. Oh, that. It made no sense. Okay, yeah. Probably like Mary and Gregory can comprehend it better. According to what she wrote, it seems she received a book titled Honest Man's Death, Volume 1. Furthermore, it came from the Marakiri family. Are you saying it's that Marakiri? Is that even possible? We can say that for the future. We know about your deal with the Tengu, Yomu, but what's your next move? What's done is done. The only thing I can do now is see it through. We should be sending someone over to release Aya and schedule a date for reinvestigation. Afterwards, I'll spend a few days giving the case a good look and figuring out the truth. That's all I can do. How long do you think solving a recent case and a case from a year ago will take? I don't know how to answer that. I could push for maybe 4 or 5 days. Please be careful, Yomu. You're in Yokai Mountain, the Tengu's territory. Huh? What's that? Yomu Konpaku-sama. Everything on your side? Done, rather. The brass have made the decision. Ayashime will aid you in the case. However, you only have 1 day. Alright, works out. We can do it. 1 day? What kind of joke is that? Decision has been made. You have 1 day to solve the case. If you fail, that means you failed to hold up your end of the deal. That is all. The Dai Tengu wishes you luck in solving the case, Yomu Konpaku-sama. What a joke. 1 day... 1 day? You don't have much time, Yomu. At this stage, you can only accept it. Damn. There's the possibility the Tenku won't even give us time to investigate. I'm afraid we'll have to make do with what evidence we have. It's gonna be an uphill battle, huh? The situation does not bode well. Ah, Yomu, I have some information for you. What is it? When Miss Seija... Okay, yeah, about Seija. Now allow me to confirm one thing. 1 year ago, when Seija investigated the library, the barrier was still active, and Seija didn't notice anything out of place. Is this supposed to be important? I'm not sure, but my gut tells me it is. Write it down. Okay, the barrier was... Okay, got it. We'll see. Alright, that's the most we can do. I believe in you, Yomu. Everything rests on you. Remain calm and skeptical, Miss Yomu. At the end of logic lies truth. You just have my support, Yomu-san. Understood. Everyone, I won't let you down. Miss Reimu, you heard that too. Today may be our last chance to put everything to rest for good. Aren't you going to make a decision? Okay, maybe Reimu will help us in this last case. Well, to be fair, Reimu knows who asked her for help. She ain't really gonna say it though, because she is complicit. You're here. Okay, Seija and Momiji. That should be everyone. Very well. Yomukun Paku, I'm taking your deduction process into consideration. The Daitengu has assigned me as your opponent. Seija Kijin, who's beside me, has been assigned as my assistant. Surprising. The assistant again? What can I say? There's been so many good shows lately that not taking the chance to see one in person just won't do, my dear. Whatever floats your boat. Seija Kijin, huh? Hope it doesn't mean trouble. Although, is it really a good idea to go at a case when we haven't even been given time to investigate? They say we're pressed for time, so not a second must go to waste. Therefore, we shall not waste time on meaningless investigations. Moreover, didn't you investigate the place to your heart's content when you snuck in before? Well, it's fine, Aya. We're this far into the game. Let's play by the rules for now. Okay, Momiji-san, tell us what you think. Okay. Firstly, the assault which happened a few days prior. A few days ago, the victim came to this library. Unless this case ends up being like shorter than last case, because we're already in like the showdown phase. So let's see. We'll see. Let's see. A few days ago, the victim came to this library to apprehend the 4 intruders. In the dark, someone pushed her, causing her to fall and hit the back of her head on a bookshelf, knocking her out cold. Said bookshelf is the one behind Aya Shimemaru. The victim had been standing around where Yomu was standing. Aha. The culprit could only be among the 4 of you. Oh, why? Okay, yeah, we know Momiji's the one who pushed them because, wet hands. Isn't it obvious? At the time, everyone else remained still, and Aya Shimemaru had just shouted for everyone to run. The Tengu must have been pushed by one of you who were trying to escape. That's wrong. Calm down, Aya. Momiji-san, putting aside us for now, when you say everyone else remained still, how did you subdue Aya at the southern door? Huh? I went there? Then you were also moving about, am I wrong? Right. Wait, are you suspecting me? Calm down, I'm merely stating a possibility. You don't have anything to prove we moved, nor do you have anything to prove we didn't. You didn't. What about you, Seija-san? Alright, yeah, because Seija was just here. So, does she have anything to say about what happened? Oh dear, pushing the blame on the buck to me now, are we? Moving around while everyone is panicking is something only an idiot would do. I have no obligation to help the Tengu anyhow. The same reason as Kida. In any case, we have no way of knowing who moved or who didn't move in the dark, wouldn't you agree? Well, you're right. If that's what you're asserting, do tell us more. Very well. Okay. The victim had been standing between 2 rows of bookshelves. Yeah, cool. On that note, whoever bumped into her must have come from her front or back, such as you. Aya Shimemaru then switched off the lights, darkening the library in order to aid your escape. So you, as the fastest of the land in Gensokyo, dashed towards the south entrance. That's when you bumped into the Tengu and knocked her unconscious. Let me just check her evidence then real quick. Interior diagram, bloody bookshelf, handprint, blood trail, bloody okay, yeah, cool. Whoever bumped into me had a was wet there. Sunny's testimony, Seija's. Miji was sweating all over. Okay, it's like, how did you get wet? Maybe, but okay, not too much evidence for like the latter, for like the who knocked them out cold incident. I guess we pressed then. I don't really have an angle yet. We just press for now. Victim was standing between 2 rows. We just press for now. 2 rows of bookshelves. A rock and a hard place, huh? Tactically speaking, it's the fatal funnel. Gain control of a crucial choke point, and you deny the enemy freedom of movement. The Tengu must be pretty well trained to take control of the scene so quickly. But question, we Tengu triumph over anything. Don't they play like shogi and stuff in like officially as in canon stuff? Or is that just a thing that, I guess like shogi is like, well, pretty much like it's similar to chess, so it works out. Well, you seriously need to work on your response to sudden developments. That's just because you guys were playing dirty. On that note, whoever bumped into her must have come from her front or back. It's just you. So just me? Yes, she was standing at the north, and you were closest to her. You had to move past her to get to the south entrance. But that's assuming I did go towards the south. Yes, but do you have evidence that you didn't head towards the south? Well, I need to be patient for now. I'll wait until she inevitably slips up. If that's all you have to say, let's move on to what happened next. Shimaru then switched off the lights, darting in the library to aid your escape. Ah yeah, you sure gave us a surprise. Hey, quit pretending like it had nothing to do with you. Wasn't that your plan all along? Not really. Aya kind of messed us up kind of by doing that whole shenanigans. It ended up being more harmful than good. It actually wasn't. That was just a certain Tengu acting without thinking. Yomu-san, that hurts. Says the lookout who failed to notice the Tengu. I mean, you're not wrong, but Yomu-san, you guys, don't just ignore me. I'm your opponent here. Why do I suddenly feel sorry for her? So you as the fastest dash towards south. Hey, didn't know that title was making the rounds? Ha! Yeah, everyone on the mountain knows about it, of that stunt you pulled a few days ago. Okay, yeah, time just passes by. Like, I thought it was just yesterday, that thing, but okay, yeah. Time passes by a good chunk. I've never seen the Daitengu look so gloomy before. He was tearing up the scrolls while saying, I'll show her. Aha. Hey, I think you ought to avoid the mountains in the future, Yomu-san. You don't say. That's when you bumped into the Tengu, not her unconscious. Do you really believe I was the one who bumped into her? Yes, you are the most likely person to have done that. What makes you say that certainly? There were lots of people in the library that day. I'm hardly the only suspect. I don't care how you try to spin it. You are the prime suspect. That is a fact. The direct attack isn't gonna work. Guess I have to rely on evidence instead. That's when you bump into... Okay. When you bump into Noctur. Do we have anything... I guess like... Well, we have the handprint. Not yet. How? This isn't Ace Attorney... They made okay to take 3 days because there's too much crime. Ha! True. Then again, the game does mention the whole like 3-day time limit. That was with the Yukari judicial system. In this case, yeah, the Yukari judicial system has already been like abolished. But yeah, true. Its attorney really puts on the puts on the rush, let's say. I'm not really sure in this case then. They have for the evidence rather. Well, she got bumped as well. So is that our angle? Okay, we got bumped as well. That's our angle. What are you getting at? You say I'm the culprit, but you're completely forgetting something. What? Okay, yeah, Yomu's also a victim. And as the whole situation developed, I was also bumped into. Okay. What? Why did I know that? You were at the south entrance. By the time you could have noticed, I already stood up. The modern Ace Attorney system, which is not good. That system is terrible. But again, to be fair, it's like, what's it called? It's part. I don't know if there's any like, how to say, overlap with like Japan. Like obviously, like Ace Attorney. Okay, now it's loud again. Jeez. Hold on. It's loud on my end. Yomu's theme is so loud. What's it called? Obviously, like, yeah, Ace Attorney is like a commentary, satire, whatever you want to call it, for like the Japanese justice system and whatnot. I don't know if they have like a similar like day, like limited days system or not, or it's just like they implemented it in Ace Attorney just to add some urgency, because like obviously like in real life, like cases take a long ass time to do. Like some guy gets arrested on parole for like even like how many months or year, or like even a year or so before they even get around to doing like a court case. So it's more just to add urgency and like yeah, urgency pretty much. In the dark, someone ruthlessly pushed me right on the right shoulder and pushed me through to the floor. If the culprit were among us, why would they push me to the floor? Furthermore, it was my right shoulder that was pushed. Mary and Kida-san were on the left of me. They wanted to push me. If they wanted to push me, they'd push my left shoulder, moving me towards right. Why would they push my right shoulder and move me towards the left? This proves that the culprit is undoubtedly not among the four of us. So, do you have anything to say to prove the contrary? No way. The culprit must be someone else. The culprit isn't them? No. Even if that's true, even if you did get pushed, you must have tripped after pushing the Tengu. We have a handprint on ourselves to prove otherwise. What? Nomiji-san, first of all, I was pushed towards the back bookshelf to my right. How did I push the Tengu in front of me and then end up with the bookshelf behind me? Also, tripping in the dark would have resulted in a pretty nasty fall. Do you seriously think I could have gone out unscathed? Your face? It looks wrinkly. That's because you're getting on my nerves. Stop looking at me like that. The thing about the justice system is that it's almost impossible to prove someone innocent. Yeah, that one. Yeah. That part particularly, yeah. Like it's a lot of like prosecution bias. Yeah. For like that's what Ace Attorney is like. That's what it's like the main system is going after. Stop looking at me like that. Anyway, our suspicion should be cleared now, right? Now we should be thinking about the other suspects. One moment, my dear. What is it? Okay, yeah, Momiji is not like all that competent in this game. So we need like Seija to come in to like cause us some trouble. Oh, little Yomu dear, putting the weak with evidence full of holes like that is very unbecoming of you. What are you trying to say? I'll list it out for you. First of all, you say someone pushed your right shoulder. This is backed by what evidence? Okay, we have a handprint on us. Those other two of you, Katsura and Mary is what I believe they're called. You should know they're all suspects at the moment. A suspect's words can't be considered evidence. And no one else saw you being pushed, so witnesses are out of the question. Physical evidence? Yeah, we have a handprint. Handprint on my right shoulder. It was left when I was pushed. Sure. Is it still visible now? Able to present it? Okay, cool. I was wondering about that, because like I was thinking about that because like we need to take pictures of it. So it's like purely testimonial evidence. Ergo, no witnesses, no evidence. That would be the first issue of your theory. And answer that. Even if you were pushed, can you really be sure the culprit isn't among the four of you? What do you mean? I heard a couple of things about the Tengu before I came in. That at the time, there's a wet handprint on the Tengu's right shoulder, left there when she was pushed in the dark. Tell me, Yatsuyomu, you don't know if the Tengu was pushed before or after you, would you? Okay, we know she was pushed after. Yeah, I was pushed after. That's it. Good. In that case, we can determine the route the culprit took. Okay, yeah, the route. Yeah. We haven't really had that displayed to us yet. There. Now, I'm sure you can clearly see where the culprit's starting location was. What? Ayashimeiru, I'm afraid to say you're the one whose starting location lines up. Okay, I think it's I don't know. Momiji was where though? Like Momiji, we know had the wet hand because he was sweating a lot. But like, where was Momiji? Momiji was in the bottom, right? Bottom, I think. I'm afraid to see you're the one who's starting location lines up the culprits. Huh? You can't mean... Hi, did you... No, I didn't. I would never. And I do trust you, but this is... How does it feel? Your own evidence ended up being proven the good of your own partner. A textbook reversal, wouldn't you say? Ah. Okay, yeah, that character aspect of her. Ugh, what the heck is going on? The route deduced from the order of events is the only one. Is one only I could have taken? No, other people could have taken this route too, but I is most suspicious. According to Principal of Gensoki, we can't take off the charges. Crap. Next, I'm gonna turn about. Essentially, I didn't even make that joke in Lost Case even. As well. Crap. Think, Yomu. If I don't resolve this case today, everyone would... right. Thank you for the help, Sage-san. Don't mention it. I hope you don't mind me butting in. Not at all. You did pretty well. Yomu, Ah, yeah, don't worry. I can do it. I promise you. No matter what, I'll think of something. That's not what I mean. What I wanted to say was don't panic. Huh? Okay, clear your mind. We haven't had that mini-game in a while. I know you were very anxious, Yomu. Forcing us to do everything in one day is a way too unreasonable. I'm aware of the burdens you carry. But that's why you need to stay calm. Relax. I'm sure everything has a solution. You're the suspect now, you know. Think about yourself first at a time like this. But if even I is telling me that, what am I panicking for? Calm down, you've always been an impatient one, Yomu. When you're calm, there's nothing you can't do. Alright, yeah. Oh, no, okay, it's the logic line one at least. I don't know, I still feel like the clear your mind one is more like... It feels superfluous. Like, at least this one is still, like, thinking about things and, like, linking things together. The clear your mind minigame is, like... What's it called? Yeah, it feels superfluous. During the case, Aya came in from the south entrance and turned off the light switch, causing the library to become pitch black. That was when I heard the sound of collision. It was the culprit pushing the Tengu which made that sound. And right after that, I was pushed myself. I fell towards the left, and a wet handprint was left on my right shoulder. By the time I could react, the lights had been turned on. Everyone aside from Miji, who went to subdue Aya, was likely still in their original positions. Only the Tengu was knocked out beside the bookshelf. What stands out the most in this short time period? Direction. That's right. Direction was extremely pushed in is worth considering. At the time, I was standing face to face with the Tengu. Her right shoulder was pushed and she fell towards the west. My right shoulder was pushed and I fell towards east. No matter how you look at it, the culprit's actions are strange. I mean, yeah, it's like they use like if they pushed they say going down, they push two different parts. They're just like weaving. Why did the culprit push me and the Tengu in different directions? Yeah. Across such a short distance, the culprit had been dashing towards us. They had pushed people in the same direction. Pushing us in different directions makes no sense. Which would suggest the direction the culprit pushed us could be a major clue. Continuing where I left off, the culprit pushed me and a Tengu in different directions. The reason for this may be very important. So let's think about it. In what situation would someone push another person in a specific direction? Pushing an obstacle in a specific direction could only mean a culprit was trying to go straight, stop, and turn. I guess turn? Oh, they did this that direction. From right to right and then upwards. Okay, my cursor doesn't show. I point at the screen. From right side and then going up. The culprit was going to turn. When someone pushes something, they would be pushed back by force. This force could help one quickly change directions during high speeds. Like yesterday when I jumped behind that Tengu, I used the corner of the desk to boost my movement speed. I'm looking forward to the build of getting that table repaired. But now isn't the time to worry about that. If that's the case, the culprit pushed the Tengu towards the left, yet pushed me towards right. What sort of turn were they making? Pushed me towards the right. The culprit was going to turn left, turn straight, turn right, turn left. Yeah, left. Yeah, turn left. That's right. The culprit started by pushing the Tengu towards the left, yet pushed me towards right. That would mean that the culprit reached my point, making a left turn. Okay, in that sense. I was looking at the wrong corner. I'm certain of it. That would explain why me and the Tengu were pushed in different directions. From this we can conclude that Aya isn't a culprit. Alright, not from right to left, but still bottom they were turning left. When I see him in that face, Yomu-san, I knew that Seiya-san loves... I know what Seiya-san loves best gonna happen. Oh, okay, reversal. Alright, time for a turnabout. You got one thing wrong, Seiya-san. Oh? The evidence I presented does not condemn my partner, but instead absolves her. Do tell. The Tengu's right shoulder had a wet handprint, and my right had a wet handprint, left by the culprit. However, the Tengu and I had been standing face to face. My right and her right were the exact opposite. Put another way, the culprit pushed the Tengu to the left and pushed me to the right. How would the culprit do that? Wouldn't it be easy to just push towards left? The culprit pushed the Tengu to the left, yet pushed me towards right. Meaning, the culprit made a left turn when they passed in front of me. Huh? That's correct. The culprit suddenly changed the direction they were pushing in when they reached Yomu. Evidently the culprit took a turn. A left turn to be precise. Okay, so not towards Mary. What about it? You still don't get it? The three of us were to the right of the passage. Huh? Mary and Kida were behind the bookshelf to the right. If Aya were the culprit, why would she make a left turn and especially go left? I mean, I thought that was because she couldn't see anything. If that were the case, she could have just retreated back towards right. But in actuality, the culprit didn't go to the right. Why is this? The culprit even finally pushed me aside. Why would Aya do something that nonsensical if she were the culprit? Well... this proves that the culprit consecutively pushing two people has nothing to do with me, Mary, or Kida. In that case, Aya has no reason to do such a thing. What? If Aya were the culprit, what exactly was she intending to do? See the sights at the north of the library and await the rest of the south? Well, Seiya-san, what do you think? I think she's right. Say what? It's as little Yomu says. The culprit took a left turn. Sounds pretty fine to me. But, aren't you supposed to be my assistant? I am. The Daitenku sent me to assist you in finding the truth, my dear. Okay, yeah. No one has any issues with, like, what's it called? Trying to, like, just prove convictions. It's like, we already got to that point of, like, yeah, we're here to tell the truth, lol. In the last case as well. And the truth has been laid out right in front of us. What else is there to say? No way. Do you have any reasons to suspect Aya, Momiji-san? I think it's about time you put your biases aside. I don't care. Who's the culprit then? Oh? In any case, the fact that you are the most suspicious hasn't changed. According to the principle of Gensokyo, as long as one or more suspicious emerges, no one more suspicious emerges, you are the culprit, period. Yomu-san, if there were ever time to say something, it's now. You can't argue against that, can you? Yeah, you're still the most suspicious person. I wouldn't be so sure. What? Someone more suspicious, you say? Perhaps we do have someone that fits the bill. We don't have an early Edgeworth of Karma, yeah. Pretty much. What is interesting, I haven't played like that many Touhou, sorry, not Touhou. Ace Attorney style like fan games. I think I've played not fan games, but like ones that are inspired by Ace Attorney more like directly, let's say. Like in this case, yeah, Sage's already like, yeah. It's like we're here to find out the truth essentially. And it's like another Ace Attorney like game I played was Tyrion Cuthbert, and it's like, yeah, the prosecutor in that game, Arya, I think her name was, yeah, Arya, was like is already like she already had that whole like, yeah, we're here for the truth, lol. Like she was like chill as a prosecutor rival. I'd say too chill in the sense like it didn't feel like too much like a conflict, but yeah, it's just funny to see like in two Ace Attorney inspired games, like they already have like that manner sorted of like yeah we're here for the true flow. So I do wonder if like for any other ones, like in Ace Attorney inspired games, where like if they end up if it is and they go for that from the get-go of like just having the prosecutor already be like already having that development already of like we're here for the truth, not for like conviction rate or perfect records. But I guess like it's also just a more of a like I guess it's a simple plot point type deal. So like some people don't want to really explore that deal with the prosecutor again. I don't know. I do wonder why we get I guess that they're more like to the point on that regarding the prosecution. Did you play Fangame years ago? Yeah, it was like one of my first ever streams. It's like very like old stream. It's like one of my oldest streams I did. But yeah, it's a cool game. Someone more suspicious, you say? Perhaps we do have someone that fits the bill. Who is it then? Okay, I need to be absolutely sure about this. Now that we know about the culprit, turn left. A new possibility emerged. A new possibility? Correct. As I said, the culprit pushed me towards right to make a left turn. Then perhaps we couldn't take a step further. What's that mean? The culprit pushed me towards the right because they wanted to turn left. Is there anything else we can apply this reasoning to? Sage-san said the culprit went straight, deducing that the culprit is Aya, who was on the south entrance. By the same logic, if we consider that culprit took a turn, everything changes. Quit it already, just tell me who the culprit is. From the fact that the culprit took a turn, we can deduce the culprit's most likely... Okay, there's like no one else in the room. It's like, yeah, it's not Aya, Renko's missing. Obviously not these two. You're dead. You're not even around. You're like obviously not part of it. You're dead. You're in prison. You're not here. Okay, Momiji's just kind of being like an ass. Where like, you know you did it, girl. You touched something in the dark. I'm not sure if anyone here has considered the possibility that the culprit made 2 turns. Huh? What? As we established before, the culprit made a turn in front of me, so they pushed me towards right. Then what if the culprit also made a turn when they pushed the Tengu? You mean... Okay, now... Okay. I was a bit ahead of it. Because Momiji came from the right side, right? It's kind of funny, like, I think, like, in this case, it would have been nice to have, like, a flashback of, like, their positioning. Compared to, like, Ace Attorney normally, this game doesn't really do flashbacks. By comparison. But in this case, funnily, like, just a flashback of, like, everyone's positioning before the lights went out would help jog our memory. If I was pushed hard enough to fall to the floor, that Tengu must have been pushed over with greater force. If we take that into consideration, the culprit used such force to determine where I was. It's highly possible they made a turn passing the Tengu. If that's the truth, what happened? Okay, yeah. I was ahead of the game, saying that it came from the right instead. I was thinking too far ahead. The culprit came from the east entrance. What? Exactly, Momiji Inubashiri. As someone moving around in darkness, you are the prime suspect. You... Impossible. I would never do such a thing. Well, you just wanted the prime suspect. Well, there you go. Ridiculous. What proof do you have? No, that's not the right question. As I had just said, according to the principle of Gensokyo, and taking these turns into account, you have become the prime suspect. So the question is, what proof do you have? It's kind of a messed up system, that one. Like, you're guilty until proven innocent. I would never do that on purpose. Well, that's your reason then. I won't lose. I'm not the culprit. Why would I do such a thing? you said Aya Shimemaru had no reason to, so the same should apply to me. That a culprit came from the east entrance is nothing more than a guess. I didn't move an inch in the darkness. What? You can tell this game is originally not written in English because they don't add a the in front of directions. East, because you move east, the east. I don't know, because like I don't say the east or the west. Like I just say you went east, I went west. I don't know. I never say the west or the east. Like the right, the left. Yeah, I say like I moved right. Yeah, I don't know. Huh? No. I guess it depends on different countries' grammar, but I don't even say the right, the left. Like I say, yeah, I went left. I went to the right. I think it's just more like this is grammar, because like I went to the right or I went right. Like I think it's just it's more formal saying, or like I guess more formal. It sounds more formal saying I went to the right, but I went right. Still works, I think. What? You didn't move an inch? How'd you subdue Aya at the south entrance then? Well, I at least tried to make your lies believable. I didn't, okay, you're right. I did move. But only to the south entrance, to arrest the intruder. I didn't touch anyone else. Append that to your testimony then. Fine. Okay, maybe I did move, but I swear I didn't touch anyone aside from Aya Shimemaru. Okay, now we present the wet handprint. Okay, not yet. Okay, maybe Yomu's handprint then. Okay, I guess we can't use that yet because Seijo was said there's no like what's it called? Physical evidence of that anymore. Are you sure? Of course. Are you saying you can prove I touched someone? Well, without evidence, it doesn't count. Without evidence? In theory, any evidence that exists must have been left behind when she pushed me in the Tengu. And yet, none of the things directly point towards her. Is there any evidence I can get from Momiji herself? Oh, okay. We kind of like extrapolate it. Where like, we have to say Sane that she was like wet. Okay, it's a bit of like extrapolation that he wanted us to do. It's rather than it being directly for the statement. Push to the right, push right towards right. It's just the wrong way to say it, unless you're writing in a language that doesn't use the or equivalent, which is most of them. Fair. I think that's the funny thing, I guess, like how to say, like it's funny because like I guess it's like, I don't know, native English like breaks a lot of rules. It's like when people actually sit down to learn English, I guess you could say, it's like it comes out differently from how like native. I don't know, because like for me it's like I only know English and it's like it doesn't sound wrong to me, but like yeah, like native English breaks a lot of rules, let's say. It disregards like sound, like I don't know, it's a case of just like it sounds okay and it works out. I don't know. But yeah. I know like native English is like can just break a lot of rules though. So I don't know. I don't think it's like what's it called? How to say? But yeah, I don't know. I just go with vibes that sound correct. Fair. What is it? Allow me to ask you a question. At a time, were you sweating all over? I recall you were rather tired. You could barely utter a complete sentence. Obviously, thanks to you people. You tried carrying a Tengu up the mountain and immediately running back. Coincidentally, Sane also mentioned seeing you like that when she was at the library, so it probably is correct. Sane, what are you trying to say? I've been wondering, how exactly did the handprint get on me and the Tengu? It goes without saying. The answer is because the culprit's hands were wet. But why were they wet? Do you know, Momiji-san? Because... exactly. The culprit's hands were very wet for one reason only. The culprit's body has been completely soaked with sweat. That's not possible. even if I was sweating heavily, how could you be sure my hands were wet? What if they were dry? Sweat it from the hand. It's dry pretty easily. Fair enough. If it were just sweat from your hands, they wouldn't be that wet in the first place. What if it weren't just sweat? I don't follow. You said it yourself. Before entering the library, you carried another... Oh, okay. It's the other person's sweat as well. Because, like, Aya's trick to make them think they had a heat stroke. And that Tengu was covered head to toe in sweat. Quotation marks. Huh? For your information, that actually wasn't sweat. It was ordinary water. In addition to sweating bullets, you also had the water from the other Tengu on you. That's more than enough to leave behind a wet handprint on me and the Tengu. It was cool, but English, the thing you talk about isn't implied and you need to restate. But isn't implied. What do you mean? Is this about the writing stuff again, or do you mean just like what I mentioned about the extrapolation thing? Or do you mean just like how the whole thing about right and left again? Hold on. Alright. Who's your suspect? Cool. Got that down. So, Momiji-san, do you have anything to say for yourself? It's not possible. I don't believe you. You can't believe what you did yourself. It's like, Momiji, you just make things harder for us. It's like, you know you pushed something. It's not possible. Another moment, my dear. You need to add verb because the language is very... I see. Oh, yeah, context. Yeah, true. To be fair, yeah, it's like... What's it called? Yeah, like, English is like... Well, I guess, like, yeah, some languages are more context-heavy. Like, I went right, but then it's like, which right? Right as in correct or right as in direction? I see. Yeah. Like, I don't... I think, yeah, English can be context based, depending on like situation. Another moment, my dear. Seija Kijin. Apologies for interrupting you a second time. Actually, that's a lie. I'm not sorry at all. Things wouldn't be fun without me butting in. When you agree, okay, yeah, the game has like, yeah, it still keeps like Seija's like, how to say, reversal mischievousness type deal with her. What does he want to say? You know, this is one thing I hate in shows. It's endings with loose ends. By adding you state that you were talking about direction, not something. Yeah. I guess it just depends. Like, what's it called? Like what's it called? Context. Like, with context, like if someone said like, I guess like you're going right, but you're going right. Going implies direction. I guess like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of situations where someone would think right as in you're correct and right direction and getting mixed up there. I can't think of a sentence where that would apply. Like, I guess like, I don't know. Not sure. It's like those two, like right, correct, and right direction are also like just vastly different. So like, how to say, like context-wise, even without putting the, it like, I don't think there'll be a mix-up most of the time. I'm not sure. You push someone towards right. You push towards right. Is that a person or a person called right? Oh, I think that's like that's really context heavy though. Like, right is a name, like WRIT. You push towards right. I think that's very context based though, because of what's it called? Yeah, that one's very context based, because like there has to be someone who's actually called right in the situation. It's very context heavy in that case. But I guess like, yeah, you could put you push towards the right, because you would put the to like make sure you're not saying the wrong person. You're not saying it as the person who's called right, let's say. In that case, yeah, you would put something to clarify which one you're talking about. It's like that. What's that joke again? It's like, oh, like you, like some guy called you, and then saying you. Was that Rush Hour or something? I think it was Rush Hour, that movie. There are situations I use examples since that's what we're talking about. I see, yeah. Once again, it depends on the situation. It's like, it's very context heavy based that a lot of the time you don't need to make yourself super clear. But yeah, depends on context. You know, if there's one thing I hate in shows, it's endings with loose ends. There's always these directors who fancy themselves smart by leaving things unexplained when the credits roll. What terrible people they are, leaving us viewers on edge. Ha! Well, let's see what kind of ending this game has. You're saying there's still unanswered questions? Not as ever, little Yomu. Your logic was very interesting to watch, but there's one important piece missing. If you leave this question unanswered, the case can't be considered resolved. The question being, if what you say is true, and that Momiji dashed through and pushed you in the Tengu, ending up at the bookshelf to the left, for what reason would she do that? Okay, motive. We haven't done motive over. Like, once again, we don't know why Reimu killed Aku. But this time, okay, sure. Here's the motive. You said it yourself. Aya-san had no reason to do such a thing. So what reason would Momiji have? I wonder, what could be the motive behind this incident? Yeah, I have no reason to do such a thing. Lies. It's all lies. Maybe it was to stop Yomu-san and the others from escaping? The three of you only had 3 ways to escape. West, south, and east. There are already Tengu blocking west and south, and me and Momiji were at east. Why would Momiji run all the way to south? Also, the culprit finally pushed away one of the Tengu. Why would Momiji do that? Would that stop you from escaping somehow? It was dark and she couldn't see shit. Yeah, there's that as well. But then it's also like, yeah, why would Momiji go that direction though? She went from right to right and then up, but then left though. Like, Mary and Gregory were here. So it's like, why that? Okay, the cursor's here now. Like, you went this way, then up here, and then she did downwards to Aya in south again. But why would she go upwards and then down? It's like, if you're gonna go for Aya, you go that way, you go down and that way. So let's see. Huh? I'm innocent, that's the truth. Yomu-san. What has happened? I've hit upon a roadblock out of nowhere. The reason Momiji pushed me and the Tengu, did that even exist? Or is the culprit truly not Momiji? But that's not possible. She's the only one who could be the culprit. Everything makes sense there, yet the motive is still blank. In darkness, why would Momiji act like that? Don't tell me you can't think of anything, little Yomu. What could the reason be? Momiji's motive. You see, it's all nonsense in the end. I didn't do anything. Say just, son, thank you. Psst, little Yomu, want a hint? But yeah, we know Seija is more like, what's it called? To do the whole reversal stuff, and then it's like, in the end, it's still like looking for the truth. So let's see. What? If you already know you're a dead end, stop trying to continue down that road. Reverse your train of thought, my dear. Reverse. Don't think along the lines of why would she do that. Reverse it. Why would such a thing happen to Momiji-san? Why would happen to Momiji-san? Think about what happened in the dark, and then think about we can link that to what happened with Momiji-san. What happened in the dark? In the dark, when everything was in total chaos, she dashed to the south, knocking over the Tengu blocking the path. Then she dashed towards me, pushed me over, and made a left turn towards a location none of us were in. When you think about it like that, the culprit's actions seem very erratic. Running in darkness, making us shot a bunch of turns, pushing over both Tengus and the intruder. Both Tengu and intruder. If we're waiting, you can say Namas meaning house. Name, Name meaning which which means inside the house, and Namui, which means for the sake of the home. I see. Yeah, languages be nutty, huh? I see. Yeah, English is like, I guess it's like, what's it called? I do hear it's like it's not as elegant compared to other languages either. English can be like pretty like not elegant in that way. If this was planned, there wouldn't be a need for such erratic. I almost said that wrong. Jeez, this erratic violence. If it weren't planned, there's no rhyme or reason for the culprit's actions either. Thinking about it, I can't imagine anyone in the library doing that in a normal state of mind. Okay, well, Momiji was rushed. Like, she was, like, exhausted. Is it possible the culprit was in an abnormal state of mind? If I follow that line of thinking, abnormal state of mind, state of mind, state of mind, state of mind, mental? English doesn't change the words to conform to context, so it needs to add extra words, yeah. True. It can't be. There's no way. Foil something, little Yomu? Yomu-san? Reflex. Oh, okay. They mentioned that earlier. Reflex sympathetic incoordinate syndrome. What? Or its other name, RSIS. I don't mean its name. I was asking what that is. When a person is exposed to strong mental stimulation, the nervous system is damaged. A condition where, when they encounter similar situations in the future, they'll act unconsciously for a short amount of time. Okay, yeah, they mentioned that earlier. What's that to do with this? Yomu-san, are you saying... Is it... I guess is the direction... Not really. Well, going left is the direction with, like, the body being found back in the case last year. And then upwards was, like... I don't know why upwards, though. Are you saying... Yes, Momiji-san may have this condition. What kind of joke is that? Are you saying I'm mentally ill? 1 year ago, right in the darkness of this very library, you discovered your partner's dead body. This incident affected you so much that when you hear a massive noise in the east entrance a few days ago, you unconsciously and unquestioningly rush to the east entrance. Oh, I see. I was worried that an average person would be more on guard and could see through our plan. But you were traumatized. After that, when the library's lights went out, the pitch black library relived discovering the body a year ago, triggering your condition. Okay, surely we get Koishi in this game, surely. We'll see. It'd be funny having this whole, like, subconscious action stuff, and, like, well, sub-psyche, whatever, and as well as, like, this, like, subconscious response, if you don't have Koishi involved in some manner. Triggering your condition. So losing consciousness for a brief period, you begin to make erratic movements, bumping into me and a Tengu, stumbling through the library. My god. That isn't funny, stop joking around. I'm not joking. I recall, every time you mentioned your actions in the library, you keep mincing your words. And when the lights were switched back on, you seemed pretty out of it. Oh, okay, yeah. I got you, don't move. Is that not because you had just recovered from being unconscious? I didn't. Stop saying such nonsense. Okay, cool. So Momiji is not even aware of her own actions, even. Did you really not? Can you truly recount what happened while the lights were out? Do you or do you not remember what you did in the dark, Momiji? Do you remember or do you not? The library... As hard as you can say, Momiji-san, what do you do? The library... Alright, is he gonna shut down? Alright, cool. She's mentally shut down. That's what happened. I never expected it to end like that. Momiji Inubashiri passed out. She hasn't woken up. She still hasn't woken up. We can ask her. We can't ask her what she did at the time, but I doubt we'll get any answers out of her anyway. How unfortunate. It's just as you said, Kida. The phantoms of what happened in that library have affected far too many people. Oh, okay, yeah, literally. Yes, but something just occurred to me. What is it? According to what you just said, Momiji did what she did due to recalling the case from a year ago. But where she went to after bumping into people is concerning. Where she went to? Yeah, because it was like straight ahead was the body. The location Momiji went to. Location is... Huh? Isn't that place where the murder truly took place a year ago? What's up with that? Miss Momiji, recalling the case from a year ago, unconsciously headed to the true side of the murder. Didn't we find out from the bloodstains only a few days ago? I guess, to be fair, Momiji has a strong sense of smell. So I guess, subconsciously, he's aware that the murder took place higher up because of smell. We'll see. Perhaps Momiji wasn't heading anywhere in particular. This is simply coincidence. Or perhaps he knew about it all along and unconsciously went there when her condition acted up. But why? It's possible that Yomu Konpaku-sama, unless Momiji's the true culprit, but I don't know. Why would you be traumatized by it if you killed her yourself? I mean, of course, I would still be traumatizing, but we'll see. I don't know. Are you here to tell us to hurry? Is there a need to rush? It's barely noon. No, I'm here to relay new orders. Look up Aya Shimemaru. What? Excuse me. Furthermore, the Daitengu has decided that Seija Kijin will be your opponent, Yomu Konpaku. That is old. The Tengus decided to see the rest of your brilliant performance. Okay, Aya is locked up for some reason. I guess either that or Aya knows something that would, help Yomu. We shall see. Alright. Now, that's seriously unreasonable. Suppose it's because Momiji became the culprit. They didn't expect the cause of the trouble to be the one of their own. Thinking they'd lose face, they're doing this as a show of force. What a joke. How old is this Daitengu to be throwing tantrums like that? You can't say that either. The Daitengu has to consider what the rest of the Tengu will think. The bigger the group, the easier it is for simple matters to have an effect. Creating a power one simply can't overlook. Even so, this is too... That's enough. There's no use crying over spilt milk. That's how... That's how it has to be for now. Do I have to deal with Seija-san myself? So I have to, rather. The matter from a few days ago has been resolved, but solving the case a year ago would prove difficult. You have to focus. Right, got it. Not to mention it's Seija. But Seija doesn't seem like a villain that I took her for. Very smart. She's even willing to lend me a hand. Okay, yeah. Seija's sus. All in all, I'll definitely do my best. Yep, Yomu-san, I'm sure you'll be fine even without me at your side. Come back victorious. To be fair, Aya didn't really do much. Didn't do as much when she helped us, not gonna lie. She was more there because she got accused of being pushed, but she didn't really help us, if I'm being honest. She didn't really do much in that last section. It's a rough road ahead, but as long as you remain firm and stay calm, you will reach the truth eventually, Miss Yomu. Believe in yourself. Yes, I promise I'll succeed. I only have two things to tell you. What is it? First, I believe in you, not because of your actions these past few days, but because you are Yomu. So don't give up no matter what, okay? Even if not for me, do it for Renko. Of course. As for the second matter... I'm not sure right now, so I can't tell you. But trust me, when we meet again, I promise you, I'll give you this important piece of information. For Renko, I'll do my best too. Okay, is it about Seija? Is it about Seija? Let's see. You... I understand. Alright, here I go. The remainder of my one-day deadline. Inside the library along with Seija, I'll banish the phantoms from 1 year ago. And put everything to rest once and for all. In the game. Okay. More of this case to go. Now to get to the main issue at hand. Hold on one sec. I need to sip water. Alright. Why the creep atmosphere? This is more awkward than attending an inchling banquet and crushing the table the moment you start eating, my dear. That's quite the analogy. In any case, Seija-san, we're in together for the rest of the day. Looking forward to it. So, does a smart little Yomu have anything to get the roll rolling? My memory is quite rusty, you see. I may even forget how to breathe if no one reminds me. I don't think you can forget that. So regarding the case, 1 year ago at 6 AM. Nah, let's skip that part. Okay, thanks. We kind of know already. The Tengu were all very insistent that I remember dealing deals like that. Get to the point. The killer's identity. Any ideas, little Yomu? Well, not too long ago, we did discover a new suspect. Oh? It's related to what we figured out this morning. Okay, whoever Reimu was colluding with. I get it. A Tengu killing a Tengu. Imagine the headlines. Is it truly as you say, that the true side of the murder is the bookshelf over there? It is. It is. It's a new discovery made thanks to Kida's bloodstain test. We discovered traces of blood there. You should have found traces of the body being dragged to where it was found. Which is why the murder took place over there. Aha. The most logical deduction. And when Momiji-san's condition acted up a few days ago... Okay, yeah, lots of time just passes. That was a few days ago. Oh no, that's a few days ago when she knocked over. And then, okay, yeah, right. Wrong few days ago. She unconsciously moved to a location only the killer could have known. So you suspect Momiji of being the killer. Oh, okay, in that sense, yeah. Yeah, so if only tentatively. Have some confidence, would you? Huh? If Momiji-san were the killer, it'd clean up a lot of famous trees around the case. How did the killer get through the library's barrier? Momiji-san had 2 talismans, even if one was stolen. She could still go through the barrier when she wanted to, such as to murder someone. What gave the killer the opportunity to commit the crime? Momiji-san and the victim were both standing guard at the respective entrances. There were witness testimonies, but she had many opportunities. Before Aya-san came, after she left, and before Sane came. It's completely possible for her to have committed the murder within these time frames. What were the 2 sounds she heard coming from the library? Okay, she's just lying. If Momiji-san is the killer, I'd be willing to bet that a fake testimony was made to confuse everyone. After all, she's the only one who claimed to have heard those sounds. Sane-san, who was right beside her, has 0 recollection of the fact. Can we be sure that she's telling the truth? It's true that answers a lot of questions. Okay, case solved. Killer's Momiji Inubashiri. Or is she? I knew you weren't satisfied with that answer. It does answer a lot, but there are just as many questions unanswered. Such as motive. Why would Momiji kill her partner during her shift? I decided to stream it myself. I see, yeah. Have fun with it. But yeah, it's a pretty cool, like, Ace Attorney, like, inspired fan game. Have fun. It's much more serious compared to the other Touhou Ace Attorney fan game, the Aya Shimemaru one. There was the other one that got mentioned on stream. I think that one was more comedic than like serious like this one either. But I'll check out the other one at some point though. It has Alice in it, so I want to check it out. Well, it has the three magicians, I think I saw. But yeah. What's it called? I never finished... Once again, I never finished the Aya Ace Attorney one. I think I can't remember what case I got to. I think it was like 3 or 4, I think. I never finished it. That's what I don't remember. Oh, it's the... What was it called again? I put it on my DL site. It's on DL site. It's... Let me see what it was called again. I put it on my wish list to keep track of it. Or to like make sure I don't forget about it. What's it called again? Shady Trial, that's it. Shady Trial. There's some with the launch. Just give me no response. Oh no, you need to launch LE launcher and not game.exe. You need to use LE launcher. Including as admin. Huh. Weird. I don't know. It's fine. It was fine for me then, huh? Not sure. Not too sure then. Yeah, LE launcher is working for me. He should be not responding. Not sure. Unless it's like you have to install some like RPG Maker plugins or something. Or whatever pre-install RPG Maker stuff. Because this is like RPG Maker XP. Already did? Okay. I'm not sure. Hopefully you find a solution then. Also, what's it called? I'm using, like, you can't maximize the window. You can't, it's a really small, like, game window. I'm actually using, like, some scaling application to make it bigger for me when I'm playing it. On OBS, I can, like, stretch it a bit for, like, stream. But, like, yeah. I'm using some scaling application to make it bigger for when I'm playing it. Or for what I'm seeing, rather. Perhaps they had some differences. But yeah. Hopefully you can find a solution then for that. I haven't really had that many RPG Maker issues on my end. Unless you end up having to like... Is there like compatibility mode or something? Maybe? Not sure. Like running in like Windows 7 compatibility mode. Or whatever it is that setting is called. If that's the reason, why not kill her some other time? Why specifically kill while on duty? But yeah, hopefully you find a solution. Why get herself into all this trouble? Didn't she know it would make the incident bigger and make it easier for her to become a suspect? Perhaps something happened that day and worsened the situation and Momiji-san killed her without thinking. Well, I can't say that's not possible, but getting to the bottom of that means looking into Momiji-san and the victim's past. From where are you going to get the time, little Yomu? I see we focus on what we know for now. Firstly, if Momiji is the culprit, then this should be the sequence of events. While no one is around, she enters the library, using the remaining talisman she has on her. The victim, Okame, enters the library likely the same way Momiji did, who entered first. We don't know. But we do know the two ran into each other inside the library. Inside the library, Momiji attacks and kills the victim at the aforementioned bookshelf. Then Momiji drags the body to where it was found, takes the book that was found at the shrine and leaves. Outside, Momiji cleans up any visible trace of the act and continues standing guard at the east entrance. Finally, she enters the library pretending to look for the victim. To her surprise, she catches Aya-san in there. So she guides Aya to the victim's body, fakes being shocked rather, and reports the crime. This is what should have happened if Momiji is the killer. Any issues? Indeed. There are still a couple oddities. Okay, I hear you. Let's get down the list. Momiji-san attacked and killed the victim. Anything wrong with the statement? Okay, what disproves that? No, Momiji attacked. Victim suffered collisions to the right in front. Death was instant. Down crime scene. The bloody bookshelf. Stained in blood from the books leaning on it. Body leaning on it. Many books on the top list had fallen off. Most books on the bottom layer had fallen off. Possibly, okay, that's not yet. The blood trail. Okay, something that conflicts with that Momiji's the one who did it. Something that proves that's wrong. That shows it's wrong of that. Some collisions to the front and back of the head. I guess the entrances? This item means... I have no idea what it means. Let's go over it again. Momiji cleaned the victim in the library. If that were true, how could she have achieved her goal? Momiji attacked the victim. Is there anything wrong with this statement? Okay. I guess, like... anything wrong with that? I guess why move the body in the first place? No. Okay, I'm not too sure what the line of thinking is yet here. In the library, if that were true, how could she have achieved her goal? Attack and kill the victim. Is there anything wrong with this statement? Something that's wrong with her statement that she did attack. You know, the ceiling thing is not yet though, I think. Oh, the footprints, right? Because the footprints were like, they're not the right footprints. No, okay, cool. They mentioned the whole like it's the Tengu Gator shoes, but not yet. Not that aspect then. How did you achieve her goal? Try and kill the victim. Is there anything wrong with the statement? Anything wrong with the statement that Momiji attacked? I think I'm overlooking something. Collisions, death was instant. No. Okay, I'm just like throwing things at the wall right now. Killing the victim within the library. If that were true, then how could she have achieved her goal? I couldn't kill her. How is there anything wrong with that statement? I guess how she died? No. Yeah. Okay. The method is weird. Okay. Okay, I was thinking too hard on Momiji herself, and rather than the question being, how is it committed? I was thinking more on Momiji herself. I was getting confused. It's very strange. If Momiji is the killer, no matter how you look at it, she could have used a more effective method to her end. That is her sword. You need to change the format to Chinese. Oh yeah, I see, yeah. The game is like Chinese, yeah. Or translated, but yeah. I see. At least good thing it works now, at least for you. Right, it's blunt damage, but then it's like he has a sword. When he summons an armed patrol Tengu, she constantly carries a sword around, and that day was no exception. It's not like she's the only person with a sword. If she wanted to kill the victim, the most logical way would be with her sword. But the autopsy report states the victim only suffered blunt force. It seems more like she was killed with her bare hands. Okay, they don't really bring attention to Momiji's sword, I feel. I don't think it gets meant, like, obviously Yomu has her katanas, or whatever you call, like, it's the short one and the long one. There's like more specific names on it. But see, like, but Yomu's swords are like in her hand constantly. I guess to be fair, like, you do see Momiji's sword, but like it's not drawn attention to it. It's kind of a funny thing where like it's more like, do you know Momiji as a character? No single injury from a sword. If Momiji were the killer, wouldn't that be extremely strange? Quite right. That lacks an explanation. If I were in her shoes, I wouldn't leave my tools hanging out like that. However, this doesn't prove that she isn't the killer either. Perhaps panic, or perhaps the victim managed to disarm her. Perhaps she didn't bring her sword with her for some reason. That alone is not enough to prove her innocence. To clear her name, let's continue. She left the library after dragging the body. Is there anything wrong with this statement? Okay. It's the footprints now. Yeah, okay, now we get to the part with the footprints being not the right ones that Tengu wear. Or rather, it's not the sandals. If she left after dragging the body, the footprints would be hers. What footprints? You can't see it right now, but we found traces of bloody footprints here a few days ago. From where the body was found, all the way to the south, we should assume that they were left by the killer. As I'm curious, let me just check. How long does Lumino last? Like, how long does... Yeah, I think... Yeah, how long does... Lumino... Track, I guess? The glow lasts 30 seconds, but like, hey, what's the limit? Okay, what's the limit? What's the limit? That's like a whole year ago. Okay, the glow... Yeah, I mean, that's the shelf life for Lumino. Okay, more like I'm just trying to be careful of what I search in case this sounds weird. Hey, how long ago can Lumino track blood? Detect blood, rather. That makes more sense. How long ago? Okay, even from okay, cool. From a long time ago. Okay, sometimes blood left from decades ago can be tested. Okay, damn. Okay, a whole, even decades, jeez. Okay, yeah, it really is like, what's it called? Like the whole, like, what is it, like, you can't wash your hands of blood type deal. Damn, jeez. It's a whole ass, like, even decades it can still track. Fair play. One thing, is it not possible that they were left there by other people or during some other time? Such as when Momiji and Aya were leaving the library after discovering the body. That is very unlikely. Aya and Momiji found the body at the same time. They were about the same distance from the body, so if one of them got blood in their shoes, surely the other would have got too. Under such circumstances, there should be two sets of footprint, or one clear set and one unclear. But the results show there is only one very complete set of footprints. The possibility of it being left when the body was found is very low. I see. Okay, I concur. In that case, this would be very strange. Tengu wear single tooth gaiter, wooden sandals with a very tall piece of wood underneath, used for navigating mountain paths. If these footprints were Momiji-san's, they would never be solid footprints like these. True, Momiji-san was wearing those outlandish shoes too. Any footprint she leaves behind would probably just be a solid square. Yeah, so the killer's footprint shouldn't belong to her. The odd method of attack, the odd footprints. Evidently, while she's a suspect, it's still very odd. Exactly that. But at present, Momiji-san is still in the role of most suspicious. Please don't misunderstand. I don't tout something as drab as the principle of Gensokyo. What I mean is, this still is not decisive evidence. You're saying the killer drew blood and the killer escaped. Doubt can be cast on what's left behind, yet there's no decisive evidence of Momiji's innocence. Could that be decisive contradiction? Evidence that clearly and undeniably separates Momiji and the killer? Only with a deduction backed by such decisive evidence will Momiji-san's name be cleared. You know what they say, third time's the charm. Present your third evidence, little Yomu. Absolve Momiji, once and for all, my dear. Decisive evidence or contradiction proves Momiji isn't the killer. Does that sort of thing even exist? No, if Momiji-san is innocent, it must exist. My intuition tells me she definitely isn't the killer from a year ago. I have no choice but to trust it. The deciding factor between her and the killer, huh? For that, I need to focus on the actions of the killer. The killer entered the library, killed the victim who also had entered the library, moved the body and left the library. Left the library. Yes, what do you think, Miss Yomu? Was the killer still hiding inside the library? Okay, when the body was discovered, was the killer still hiding within? I feel so. That's right. It's more possible that the killer was hiding within. For now, I need to assume the killer was hiding inside. Momiji was outside at the time. There's no doubt about that. The killer had been... But do I have the evidence that can prove this? Do you have the answer, little Yomu? The killer had been hiding inside, but he must have left after the body was discovered. Can I prove this somehow? The evidence that can help me. Regarding what happened with the body discovered, only one thing comes to mind. The evidence contradicts something else. Something we've overlooked. So, any evidence that proves Momiji isn't the killer? When the body was discovered, that proves that she wasn't the killer. Alright, not sure. Maybe I'm overthinking things now. I'm drawing blanks. Okay, that's okay. This stuff doesn't matter now. It's funny. It's funny they didn't do like an evidence clear up of like the ones that don't matter anymore. Unless it turns out these matter again somehow. Okay, and Sage's one is like for later. Collisions that prove. Okay, books of the body was found on, stain of blood from the body laying on it. That proves she didn't do it. No. Okay, I'm overthinking things now. I'm blanking out. Okay, the photograph. Exactly, that's it. Something you'd like to say, little Yomu? This photo Aya took when the body was discovered. Okay, they mentioned something like that was that when the body was discovered. So that's the only evidence that we had that is pretty much the body being discovered. It's not very obvious, but you can squint your eyes. Oh, okay, I was thinking. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say like, yeah, we can see actually the drag marks. You can see a stretch of blood left on the bookshelf where the body is. However, no, autopsy was performed later. Oh, okay, I never realized that. The trial disappeared. Okay, I never thought of that. I didn't realize that part. Aya and Momiji immediately went to report the crime after the body was found. Thereafter, reinforcements arrived to secure the scene and autopsy the corpse. If the killer wanted to remove the bloodstains, it would have been right after the two of them. Ah, okay. Okay. I don't be so sure. Perhaps the killer left before, but then remembered the trail of blood was still there, so they hid near the library. Then when the two left, oh no. Okay, yeah, the barrier. Seija mentioned the barrier. But immediately went in to clean up the blood. That's not possible. Don't forget about the footprints. Those were left behind by the killer. Their feet were stained with large amounts of blood when they left the library. If those footprints were already there when Aya and Momiji entered, why are they so clean? As if they weren't disturbed at all. Keep in mind, the library's walkways are narrow. They can barely fit two people at once. And Aya and Momiji walked the same way as the killer. That would definitely have disturbed the footprints. You'd see damaged footprints or a couple other random markings. Meaning, the culprit leaving before Aya and Momiji. Leaving is pretty much impossible. There's no denying that the killer was most likely hiding in the library when the body was discovered or when Aya entered the library. In that case, Momiji-san, who had been outside the library, is definitely not the killer. The odd method of attack, odd footprints in now completely different positions. With so many oddities, can you really say she's the killer? Nice reversal. Yeah? What a surprise, you just spent all that time clearing the name of the culprit you caught this morning. I must say, quite an interesting reversal, my dear. I suppose it's because I trust her. Trust? You trust the person you convicted this exact morning? What intuition. This case is one thing, the other cases are another thing. I don't want to view every suspect with bias. Fair play, yeah. A wrong deduction will harm an innocent person. That's something I can't forget. Well, I admit, I'm not that confident myself. Well, isn't that perfect, my dear? Your intuition is spot on, little Yomu. Not really. Also, I'm not little. Alright, you finally addressed that nickname. Alright, let's start the chit-chat here. Now, since Momiji isn't a suspect anymore, who else do you have in mind? Well, allow me to give you my 2 cents. We know for certain that the culprit passed through the library's barrier. There were 3 people with talisman that day. The victim, Momiji, and Aya. The victim is out of question. You just proved it's not Momiji. That leaves us with just Aya. It's not Aya. She told me she's not the killer herself, and I'm inclined to believe her. Okay, I don't know. Aya's sus, but... I mean, Aya's sus more because, like, they mentioned the whole thing with, like, Yomu becoming friends with her. But... Well, I don't know, but Momiji and Aya left the library together, though, so... Oh dear, what budding flowers. Okay, little Yomu, you're the boss. Let's remove Aya from the equation, too. And with that, we've eliminated everyone who had a talisman on them. So if we're going down this route, we have to pick from those who could dispel with barriers. Those who could dispel. Okay, that's Reimu then, yeah. Can't we just find us the culprit if we random dude named Bob? Ha! I don't think so. I think by this point, it has to be someone that we're like, that we are acquainted with. It's like with Investigations 2. With like the final boss, the final culprit in that game. It's like it had to be someone we had to have known already. But imagine, I think it pretty much is like it's just like cheating a mystery in that case. It's just you feel cheated if that happened. Well, I can't see her being a suspect is a surprise. The Shrine Maiden herself. Hakure Reimu. Reimu Hakure. It's true, it's true. Being the prime suspect from that trial 1 year ago. Using Sane to distract Momiji. No known alibi, and she was the one who created the barrier in the first place. Also here, a couple things regarding the second trial. Never mind the fire wasn't allowed inside. During the second trial, just as her guilt was about to be proven, a certain incident interrupted the trial. Except we know, like, it turns out Kida, the other Kida, would have proven Reimu's innocence, essentially. Right into the end, Reimu's suspicion was never alleviated, only the trial stopped. That's true, but is Reimu really the killer? I don't recall there being any decisive evidence from a year ago. There was what Kida and Mary was said a few days ago. No decisive evidence. Does that stolen book not count? Book? Oh dear, little Yomu, you should be the last person to forget that. Ha! Yeah, that's the book that Yomu was running for. Like, that's how she bust into the trial. Or rather, that's why she came busting in. 1 year ago, a book stolen during the murder was later found at the Hakure Shrine. In fact, you were the one who brought it up. In court, little Yomu. Reimu must have been fuming back then. That book. Of course, I did forget, but seeing it reminds me of... No, I can't run away from it now. I was to be letting them down. Okay, yeah, Yomu be super down bad. What book was it? I don't remember clearly, but I think it was called A New Theory of Barriers, written by one Yanagi Gasaku. Judging from its name, I would assume it's a book related to barriers. Maybe that was a book either of us could understand, though. Barriers, huh? That does sound something like the Hakure Shrine would be interested in. It was originally found in that bookshelf. Or is it in that bookshelf? You know, the one the victim was found leaning against? It's covered because of the gap in the bloodstain. As far as I know, the Tengu repossessed it after the trial 1 year ago. No idea which corner they stuffed it in now. Ah, how sad. The Shrine Maiden returning empty-handed. So I think I can raise the volume. It's now a bit too quiet because we're just in the chill thinking BGM. I'll leave it here, I think. But that should be fine. I don't think that is enough to prove that she's the killer. Is it not? I feel the opportunity and means line up perfectly. Opportunity and means. Yes, if Reimu is the killer, many things start to make sense, my dear. Is that so? Oh dear, it seems our opinions have diverged a tad bit, little Yomu. No objection to me speaking my mind? Go ahead. Alright, now we have a clash. Okay, it's funny that we were just in pure darkness for a while as well. Okay, now it's also loud again. I should lower the volume. Now it's loud again. They're about there. Firstly, during the murder, Reimu was found at the mountain. She even passed by the library. Without an alibi, she had all the time in the world to enter the library and commit the murder. Ergo, opportunity. Plus, she was the one who made the barrier. I'm sure getting past the barrier you made yourself would be a piece of cake. If all talisman holders have been cleared of suspicion, then she is the only one left who can get through the barrier. Ergo means... And with the book as her motive, a little shrine maiden fits the bill perfectly, my dear. Okay, I think we've pressed for now. Nothing that sticks out, I think, right now. During the murder, she's at the mountain, even passed by. Sure. Reimu was at this mountain. According to Sane, a year ago, Reimu left at around 6:30, hasn't been seen since. Since then, she has no alibi. Completely possible for her to have passed by the library in this time. In fact, that was proven during trial. Right. True. Reimu herself said that she passed by the library in court, though she said that's all there was to it. Can I trust her word? The word of the person who took Aku's life? Oh, okay, cool. We bring in the bias again from that matter of bias with how, like, yeah, Reimu killed Aku for some reason. We don't even know why yet. Exactly, but yeah. Without an alibi, she had all the time in the world to enter the library and commit the murder, ergo opportunity. Would Reimu-san really have had ample time to kill? Use that head of yours, little Yomu. Sanae and her both left at the same time. While Sanae and Miji were having their game, she could have totally been at the library too. Using this opportunity to sneak into the library. Does that make perfect sense? True, I can't deny that. Reimu had ample time to commit murder. That shouldn't be wrong. Is there a contradiction that arises from that? They said ample time. Ample time for it. Ample time for it. Ample time for it. Ample time for it. Is there anything for that particularly? Already came from the bloody bookshelf. Same with, okay, not yet, probably. I don't know. I don't see anything about that to do with time yet, though. Okay, press. Plus, Reimu-san was the one who made the barrier. Are you sure that's true? When you need something done right, you do it yourself. You know the saying, don't you, little Yomu? I don't think that's how you use that phrase. Let's assume Reimu made that barrier, so strong that not even she could forcefully break through it. Remind me again, how did you and your darling friends get into this library? Well, we used a talisman. And where did you acquire the talisman? Hakure Shrine. Wait. See, you get it now. Toyomu. Tengu get the talisman from Reimu. Only natural that she's sitting on a big pile herself. Your own little group proved that a few days ago, didn't you? Ugh. I can't counter that at all. If all talismen have been cleared of suspicion, then she's the only one who could go for the barrier, ergo means. Even so, we can't be sure that they were the only ones who had a talisman. Of course. And you're going to prove the existence of this person, how exactly? Well, I suggest focusing on things you do know, okay? Okay. Another person having a talisman. I can't say that isn't possible, but proving that right now would be too tall an order. Look at her motive. Her motive was the book. Think of it like this. Reimu wanted the book, but she couldn't get her hands on it. Thus she broke into the library. While searching through the library, she alerted the guard at the south and was caught. So in order to cover up her crimes, takes one look at the victim and pop goes the weasel. The victim was killed while Reimu was searching for the book. Oh, okay. While searching for the book. The book was stolen and later found at Hakurei's shrine. There's not need a picture if it paints. In that case, did she or did she not find the book? Before she was found, that is. Oh, now it's an interesting question. Generally speaking, not having found seems more likely, but she shouldn't have had the chance to search after the murder. She needed to manipulate the body, clean the bloodstains and so on. She was so pressed for time that she hadn't even left by the point Aya entered. Doesn't exactly sound like she would have had the time to go browsing the library. So, ungenerally speaking, she had already found it. From the fact that the book still went missing after the murder, I'd wager she did find the book, before she was found, that is. In other words, you're saying Reimu killed the victim where she found the book. Oh, okay, yeah. Cool. But we know where the book is then. It's the wrong location. Okay, the other bookshelf. No, that. Okay, the other. Do you mean okay? I know what the game's going for. Which evidence exactly is it? I think is it. Okay, yeah, the blood trail, the victim. Okay, yeah. In that sense, I guess like using the blood is a lot more clearer than saying like, okay, the book is not in the location because like the book was in the bottom area, but we know that the victim was killed in the upper area. But yeah, the blood stain makes more sense. Indeed, the Tsuyomu. One could assume Reimu was discovered while searching for the book, hence the murder. But this line of thought contains a huge contradiction. I'm all ears. It's obvious. If Reimu was discovered while searching for the book, then the victim would have been killed near the bookshelf where the book was. In other words, where the body was discovered. Yep. Yes, we did all take that for granted that the murder occurred where the body was discovered. But now we know that's not the case. The true site... Okay, I think I need to lower again. It's loud. Hold on. That completely goes against what should be the case if Reimu is the killer, thus proving that Reimu is not the killer. I wouldn't be so sure. Maybe Reimu fled in the other direction when she was discovered, but her path was cut off at the true site of the murder, so things escalated. Furthermore, killing the victim there makes no sense. We can only assume she went there after the fact, not like the book she was after was there. Perhaps the bookshelf truly didn't have that book Reimu wanted, but it could have had the book the killer wanted. Oh? There is in fact a book missing from that bookshelf, one no one knows about. A book titled Honest Man's Death Volume 2. Excuse me? That's it. It was never revealed who took it, but I was informed that one of the books on that shelf had been missing ever since the murder. Isn't it possible that that book was the killer's true goal? And if that's true, we now know the killer dragged the body to where it was found. To get the blood on the book about barriers, plant it at the Hakurei's shrine and use it to frame Reimu. Oh, okay, frame her. Yeah. What do you say? Don't you agree that this is completely within the realm of possibility? If we think of it like this, it explains why the killer would move the body like that. They killed the victim, dragged the body to the other bookshelf, cleaned up the blood and made it look like that's where the murder occurred. All in order to make the person notice the fact that the book on the barriers is missing, thus casting doubt on Reimu. Otherwise, why go through all the trouble and risk being discovered by hiding inside the library and creating a fake crime scene? So all to shift blame and blame someone else. That's what the killers were trying to do. Okay, yeah, every case in this game is like blaming someone else. Case 1 is like Keen and Renosuke. Case 2 was like, what's it called? Suika trying to blame Hirari. And then obviously, well, case 3 was like that. The only one that wasn't actually like, I guess like deliberately trying to be misleading was like Momiji and Aya with like getting knocked out. Not knocked out, pushing over Yomu and the other Tengu. That's what the killer's trying to do. I believe you're overlooking something, little Yomu. What? The truth. A fact that changes everything. What is it? A fact that proves Reimu is innocent. Huh? It's just as you said. If Reimu were discovered when she found the book, then the murder could have only taken place where it did because she fled there. We knew for certain the victim entered south via the south entrance, which leaves us two possibilities. 1. The victim pursued Reimu from the east. In that situation, she would surely flee towards the south unguarded. This is the first time the killer's framing. No, he passes by taking advantage of a convenient corpse. Oh, true. To be fair, yeah. Actively, yeah, true. Well, I mean, to be fair, like, Keen was trying to frame Renosuke. But I guess, like, framing someone who's actually, like, involved in the crime as well, to be fair. Someone else who's involved at the time. Like, Renosuke was at home chilling. He wasn't even in the area. And not the dead end that is north. So in this circumstance, Reimu would never run into the victim at the bookshelf. 2. The victim pursued Reimu from south. In this situation, fleeing towards north would just be trapping yourself in a corner, so she would most likely definitely flee from the east. Okay, yeah, how did Okame end up at the top then? Without knowing whether or not the east is guarded, surely anyone would choose the south, which we know is unguarded. Well, it depends on her intelligence too. Maybe she's dumb enough to flee east. In any case, she definitely would not flee northwards. So given the second... Okay, yeah, the second floor is like a suspicious point still. The whole second floor. Well, the floors above, rather. So given the circumstance, Reimu would... I think it might be like full damage or something. Maybe. Because that still counts as blunt. Because there's that blood stain on the ceiling as well. But I don't know how that gets there. But yeah, it implies at least like the upper levels are involved. I imagine that when they went to Renosuke, he was doing the room bit. Which room bit? Oh, it was not me. That one. It was not me. Well, he says the way he says it is a funky way. I did not hit her. That's it. Reimu Hakurei would never run into the victim on the bookshelf. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh hi, Mark. Right, that part as well. Where the victim was killed. I do still wonder where Marissa is. Like, they even referenced her in the last case, but like, yeah, Marissa does not exist in this game. Well, as a presence rather. She gets mentioned like in reference, but like she's chilling, doing her own thing. Reimu's in trouble. Yeah, sure, man. My best friend is like in jail. I don't care. It's just funny having like Reimu, like there's no Marissa being involved. That's actually the main reason he was arrested. Ha. Marissa hang out at the izakaya. Ha. But yeah, we'll see. Unless it turns out Marissa's involved later in the last bit of the game or something. I don't know. That's it. Reimu Hakurei being a killer is not possible. And the proof will be hilarious. To be fair, like Renosuke is just like, he's more like very like unaware in this game. Like he's very like unaware of what's going on. He's just like, I'm getting accused for murder? Damn. I didn't realize that was happening. He's made to be very unaware in this game. Yeah, that makes sense. But why are you the one telling me that? Do you have any problem with that, little Yomu? Weren't you the one who asserted Reimu was the killer? The one who accused the Shrine Maiden was the one to prove her innocence in the end. A most interesting reversal, no? That's it. That's the reason. Okay, yes, he's just like playing around and wanting you to reverse her around. Works out. I gotta have my fun somewhere, dear. Okay. Well, that's not entirely true. I needed to open a tiny test of your intelligence, Tsuyomu. How am I supposed to know how sharp your mind is? No use to being relevant. Ha! From the results, I must say, you're half as smart as I imagined you to be, little Yomu. Is that a compliment or an insult? It can be neither or both. Well, I say that about sums it up. Time to move on to the next topic. Now that the real Reimu is out of question. Sorry, real Reimu? Now that Reimu is out of the question, who could be the killer? Suspects, huh? We've eliminated everyone who had a talisman and the creator of the barrier. So, with those people out of the question, who else could have gone for the barrier? I'll say what I said before. We have to pick from those who can dispel the barrier. Oh, okay, Aya. Aside from Reimu, someone who can dispel the library's barrier. Fun fact, aside from the ancient yokai, barriers are specialty of shrine maidens. Oh, Sane. Then. I guess, okay, yeah, we're using, like, that sort of deal for this case as well. Sane then, huh? That's true. When the topic of people who could be interested in barriers came up, Reimu and the Shrine Maiden was the first to come to mind. With that in mind, since a Shrine Maiden created the barrier, it should also take a Shrine Maiden to dispel it. It takes a Shrine Maiden to dispel it? Is that not so? The Shrine Maiden, Hakurei Shrine Maiden's forte is maintaining the Great Barrier. Barrier, Shrine Maiden, same thing really. So from that we deduce that the person who broke the barrier must also be a Shrine Maiden. Is Sane... I'm not too sure. I don't remember too much stuff with barriers with Sane. Like, in terms of, like, official stuff. I'm not too sure. Because, yeah, Great Barrier stuff was pretty much Reimu. Well, Reimu Hakurei. Her ancestor, however you want to say it. Wouldn't that mean... You follow me, little Yomu? That's... No way. Sane Kochiya is the only Shrine Maiden in Tokyo that's not Reimu. She would have the ability to dispel the barrier. But, can it be her? Can it not? She shouldn't have had the opportunity to commit the murder. She finished her game with Reimu, then had her game with Miji, then left after, and Aya entered the library soon after that. I'm certain she didn't have the time. No, you're forgetting a tiny little time frame. What? When Momiji stopped the game, Sane left the east entrance first, out of everyone's sight. It was only after that did Momiji leave and I entered the library. Not a lot of time by any means, but you're fast enough. You loop around the west, enter the south. But Momiji heard two sounds during the game. By then the victim must have been killed. Oh no, that sound was Reimu then. No one can prove that the killer made those sounds. What if the victim made them? Right, yeah, because he was inside the library at least. For some reason. Let me spell it out for you. The victim, for reasons unknown, entered. Sane-san then enters the south and runs to the victim. In order to cover up her crimes, she silences the victim. That would explain why the killer would hide inside the library. The murder occurred just a few minutes before Aya entered. The killer had no time to clean up the scene, so she was trapped there. After the two left, she hurriedly cleans up the stains, steals the books and barriers as framing material, leaves the scene. There's... no way that's possible. But can you prove it's not possible? Again, the opportunity and method means line up too. Opportunity and means again? Yes, little Yomu, better put your mind to work, my dear. Okay, let's read just one more, like, proving it's not Sane. Let's see. Firstly, during the time of the murder, Sane was right near the library. She even encouraged Momiji to play Go. After the game ended, there would just so happen to be a break, chance for her to sneak into the library, ergo opportunity. Would she really have managed to do that in such a short time frame? From Momiji hearing the sounds and leaving to Aya entering, it seems tight, but you can make it. Sorry, as long as you hurry. How long does it take for you to run around the library, little Yomu? Half a minute, I guess. There, see, plenty time. I guess that checks out. Wait, no, why are you using my speed? I'm the. Yeah, fastest on land. Just messing with you. I didn't think you'd ponder it for real, my dear. Rather than dwell on that, why don't you focus on things you already know? Plus, Sane is one of the Ginsoku's Shrine Maidens. She even had the power to rival Hakurei in the past, don't underestimate her. had the power to rival her? It wasn't long after your fight with Reimu, Little Yomu, the Moriya Shrine came to Gensokyo and declared war on Hakurei Shrine. What game? Okay, 9 was in. Yeah, 9 was in. No, 9 was Phantasmagoria. I don't know. I guess this time frame, because like Perfect Cherry Blossom, and then it goes into Immaterial and Missing Power, and then it goes to 8 was Imperishable Night, 9 was Phantasmagoria Flower View, and then what's it called? Then it was Mountain of Faith. Well, then again, I don't know. I don't know if they set like an actual like time frame between those incidents. Unless they're counting, even then, if they count Imperishable Night, who was the? I think the Yuyuko Yomu team. Is it Yuyuko? Yeah, Yuyuko and Yomu fought against what's it called? Was it? I think they fight the Yukari Reimu team in there for their stage 4. I think. I'm not sure. Or is it Sakuya and Ramelia that face against Reimu? Not sure. Can't remember. The Moriya Shrine came to Gensokyo and declared war on the Hakurei Shrine. Yeah, if memory serves, Reimu beat the daylights out of her. No, daylights out of everyone at the shrine. Except when I put it like that, they don't sound all that powerful. That's because our dear little shrine maiden is prone to excessive violence. But even so, there are new faces that dare to challenge the de facto protector. That alone should tell you you're not to be trifled with. No? That's true. Any case, we don't have the time to figure out how strong she is. We can only guess. And for Sane, being the shrine maiden that she is, to have the power to break through the barrier sounds like a very plausible guess. Okay. Is there really no way I can refute that? Once on breaking barriers, breaking one is entirely within the realm of possibility. Ergo means. Oh no, we haven't pressed this one. Let's make sure. Sane broke the barrier? I thought she passed through it. Normally, if she could pass through the barrier as she pleased, that would possibly mean the barrier may as well be paper to her. If Sane were that powerful, do you think Reimu would have had such an easy time wiping the floor of her? Good point. Okay, so Sane, if she did enter, had to break it. Sane broke the barrier. Is that really what happened? The barrier should be gone. Okay, yeah, Sage's statement from earlier. Yeah. Sage's statement. Okay, but the barrier was still there. Oops, wrong. It was at the bottom before. Whoops, mispressed. But we got the book. There. No, okay. Alright, hold on. Let's just make sure we check the other statements then, to be sure. The book went missing was the motive. Honest Man's Death Volume 2. Are you familiar with that book, Seiya-san? I should be asking you that question. I only heard that book a little moment ago. If you were to guess, is it a storybook? Well, maybe. What is Kao conversation status? Conversation status. No idea what you mean there. I don't know what you mean there. Bird. Oh, it's a bird? Well, an extinct bird, rather. Hawaiian island, huh? No idea. Is it coincidence? Akim also mentioned the book when researching that symbol. Oh, hers was Volume 1. A book able to control others via the Super Psyche. The butterfly's blood. Is that something related to the case? I'm not sure yet. Hopefully I can figure it out in the future. Okay. Well, let me just press this again to be sure. Broke the barrier. Good point. Sonny broke the barrier. That happened. But if that's the case, wouldn't someone's actions that day be worth paying attention to? Someone's actions that day. Okay, maybe it's a person we presented. It said someone's actions that day. Okay, could they mention a very smart thing, but that's for late. That's a thing for later. Is there anything... Someone's actions that day? Someone's actions? Nothing out of the ordinary when you make it the library. Okay, that doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't matter. Actions that day. Okay, I'm overthinking it maybe. A picture first discovered in the case 1 year ago appeared on the cover of Raimi Hakurei's book and us. No. Someone's actions that day. Let me just double check that statement before. Had power to Raimi to rival. Doesn't sound that powerful. True. Okay. Is there really no one can refute that? Refute that she's... Okay, hold on. Overthinking which one to do then. Prone to excessive violence. Even so, the new faces that dare to protect. That alone should be not to be trifled with. No. True. We don't have time to figure out how strong she is. We can only guess. Being as far as she is, power to break the barrier sounds plausible. Okay, do you have anything to refute that Sane could break the barrier? Oops. Refute that aspect. Sweating all over when the Tengu... Okay, that doesn't matter. What am I doing? No, is Sane not even here? He's not even in the profile here. Yukari, Reimu, Heida, Aku, Chiruno, Momiji, Mary. Yeah, what? Okay, Sane's not even on the profile thing. It's through the south entrance. Okay, let me just double check. They mean the south barrier, right? Broke the barrier. First, she passed through it. So you could pass through the barrier. That would be something with that powerful. Or do you mean they break both? As in, like, broke the barrier. If that really happened, then the south would be gone. Well, that's the case. Would someone's actions be worth paying attention to? South. No. Okay, so from the south being broken. I'm overthinking it maybe now. Breaking it. Okay, no. Okay, I'm overthinking it. Something to do with the south. Okay, I'm overthinking it. Okay, no. Whatever. It's over. Okay, I'm overthinking it now. I'm getting myself confused over it. Someone's actions that day on for it. That okay, we have to refute that it was broken. I thought it was gonna be like Sage's statement because he said that the barrier was still there. They just turned it off, so therefore nothing was broken. But I guess not. Someone to refute the fact that the barrier was broken. We were thinking it. Someone to refute that the barrier was broken. Do we even have anything for that? Oh, okay, I put Momiji on the wrong statement. I put her on the wrong statement. I did the wrong statement with her. I thought I did on that statement. Whoops. I just did her on the wrong statement. I thought I did on that one. Whoops. Little Yomu. One could assume Sane broke the barrier and snuck into the library. But this line of thought, too, contains a huge contradiction. I'm all ears. It's obvious. If Sane had broken the barrier and entered the library, a certain someone would have noticed it. To be specific, Momiji, who went to search for the victim through the south door. Yep. And yet, in her testimony 1 year ago, she claimed to have used the talisman to pass through that door. That means when she entered the library, the south barrier was still there. Sani couldn't have broken the barrier and entered the library at all, thus proving that Sani isn't the killer. Okay, yes, Sage is just going through a list of potential suspects for us to break down. I wouldn't be so sure. Maybe the incident was such a shock to Momiji that she forgot about it. You proved it this morning, didn't you? That whatever syndrome, it's completely possible for her to forget a small detail like that. Perhaps, due to her condition, we can't entirely be confident in her testimony. But what about you? Oh? You talked about it with Mary a few days ago, 1 year prior, when you went to investigate the scene. Oh right, yeah, that's it. That's why. That's where it came from. You mentioned it. You couldn't get in because of the barrier. Ah, that's right. Are you careless enough that you wouldn't notice that wait, someone mentioned RSAS before, but yeah. Was it Seija? It's like last stream before we were checking out the case. It's been a while, whatever. Are you careless enough that you wouldn't notice the barrier was gone and asked for the Tengu's aid? Are you saying your memory is just unreliable? What do you say? Don't you agree that it's impossible for Sane to have broken it and entered the library? Alright, prove I no entry. Okay, but to be fair, like, I feel like Sage saying the barrier was, like, it was all fine would have worked. I don't know. No matter how you go about it, Sane could not have entered the library. The killer entered the library, yet Sane had no talisman, and the barrier was still intact. Sane can't be the killer. Little Yomu, you're overlooking a fact again. What? A fact that proves Sane is innocent. Huh? Every time Reimu uses spiritual powers, there'd be a loud noise. Just like that, I'm sure it's the same for you too, Little Yomu. Well, I'd wager it's the same for everyone in Gensokyo. A loud noise whenever anyone uses spiritual powers. And naturally, for Sane to destroy the barrier, you need to use her spiritual power. Sane using her powers and the barrier shattering from said powers. Do you think the two events would have made no sound? Okay, yeah, cool. We're using some, like, of the whole ability stuff again. But not really using evidence though, just like reasoning. At the very least, it'd be a sound Momiji, who was at least the east entrance, would have heard. Therefore, if Sane really did break south, Momiji would have noticed. After all, she even managed to hear sounds coming from inside the library, which means Sane couldn't have broken the barrier, which means she's not the killer. That's true, but don't tell me you're... I'm having tons of fun, my dear. Crying out loud. Once again, you proved that you're as half as smart as I imagine, Yomu. Well, let's say we aim higher next time. I'll try. But I'm not here to be tested on anything. My friends are still in prison. Patience, my dear, patience. At this point, have we not established many truths already? You mean... the killer was still in the library when the body was found and only leaving after Aya and Momiji-san had left. The murder didn't take place where the body was found, but at another bookshelf. Thus, we now know the true motive could be another missing book. And we've eliminated everyone at a talisman and 2 shrine maidens, which leaves us with a very small pool of suspects. Okay, I think, yeah, Aya maybe. I think Aya maybe then. Let's see. Continue using the barrier as a starting point. How did the killer get through the barrier? The method used to get through the barrier. Unless it's going to be Yukari using her boundary teleportation. But, I don't think so. Don't let what you used to tie you down. Let your imagination run wild. Leave no stone unturned. To pass through the barrier, the killer used the talisman, controlled the barrier, broke the barrier. I guess use the talisman then. Like, I think therefore Aya is sus. No. With the Hakurei Shrine Maiden and Moria Shrine Maiden out of the question, the culprit had to be only one getting in. Yep, you saw how effective this method was yourself a few days ago. One talisman can pass through the barrier whenever you wanted, which is the prerequisite for being a culprit. As for the talisman, the only people who had it were Momiji and Aya. But perhaps they weren't the only ones. Perhaps someone got their hands on one some other way. Let's put our focus on some other way then. So little Yomu, how did the killer get their hands on a talisman? The killer got the talisman through... Okay. Oh, a deal. Right, okay, right. Right, because Reimu made a deal with whoever, because she could take the book. Oh, yeah. Alright, that part. We get to the part now with Reimu making a deal with the culprit. If you think about it like this, the killer struck a deal with Reimu. Right. That possibility. No, that's interesting. The killer made a deal with Reimu to get a talisman from her. What sort of deal? The barrier book. Oh. Reimu wanted that book, and the killer also needed to get inside. They made a deal. Reimu would provide the talisman and lure Sane into providing an opportunity to sneak in. And the culprit would infiltrate the library and get the book Reimu wanted. Now I think about it, Reimu wasn't surprised at all when the book showed up a year ago. It was as if she knew from the beginning that the book was in her possession. If she's not the killer, she can only be an accomplice. Great reasoning. Reimu's an accomplice. That's right. It's the most logical explanation. Alright then, here's the most important question. Who could that have been? Who would be so great that even Reimu would put her trust in them and agree to a deal? Yukari? Someone who fits these conditions, huh? It's time to broaden your thoughts and throw your biases to the wind. Suspect anyone and everyone. See if they fit the conditions for being the killer. This person must be very accomplished. Reimu wouldn't put her trust in your average riffraff. For example, someone who has lived for a very, very long time. That would allow you to feel confident in them. At the same time, it must be someone with enough backbone to break into the library where the Tengu store classified information. Okay, Yukari. Someone who sticks by the rules would never do that. Someone who's bold or thinks big. Additionally, must know the library has something they want and be knowledgeable in both the barrier and the surroundings. Ergo, they should be someone who knows Gensokyo or Yokai Mountain very well. More importantly, they would have to sneak into the library. Means they must be something they want. This person had a reason for sneaking into the library on the day of the murder. You have so many clues. Do you think you know who should be suspecting Little Yomu? Someone who fits all the above and related to the case. Someone who has lived very long, bold or thinks big, knows Gensokyo or Yokai Mountain very well. There's a reason. Okay, yeah, we only have like one person left in the suspect list. Well, yeah, it's Yukari then. This person? No. Okay, never mind. I'm overthinking it. Unless it's Akyu then. Akyu's lived very long, thinks big, knows Gensokyo, reason for entering the library. I guess like... Well, Akyu's investigation started after the incident though. Okay, I guess like Yukari is here just as a red herring. Lived very long and knows everything. Yukari just can use his gaps to ignore the barrier anyway, so it wouldn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think it's more because like the game is a bit here and there on using the character abilities. Like sometimes they bring it up, sometimes they don't. Let's say it's like Reimu has footprints inside the Akyu residence, but then she didn't fly in. But Reimu can fly, so yeah. They go a bit here and there on using the character abilities for stuff. Live very long and knows Yokai Mountain. Knows Yokai Mountain. Gensokyo or Yokai Mountain. No. Okay, I just threw that in case, but okay. Someone who has lived very long, is bold or thinks big, knows Gensokyo. Oh, what? Has a reason for entering the library. A reason for entering the library. All of them thinks big and also some... Well, it's not you. It's not Gregory. Seija. Me, you say? Well, you are pretty bold, and you do know Gensokyo pretty well. And I don't think Reimu respects you enough. Why did I pick Seija? Odd. Why am I suspecting Seija? She's been helping me the whole time. Without her, things would have gone this smoothly. For a brief moment, I suddenly believed that and I pointed it out. Why? Very well, my dear, I confess. Come on, put the handcuffs on. We all know how accurate your gut is, Little Yomu. Okay, is the game gonna do some weird, like, meta stuff with like that Yomu's being sub-psyched by the player or the game player. It's like Yomu's being like, why did I do that? Sorry. It's fine. Such out of the blue occasions are very interesting in their own right, my dear. Okay, let's continue. Who fits all the above conditions? Someone who's lived very long, is bold and thinks big, knows can soak cure Yokai Mountain very well, has a reason for entering a library. Okay, someone who lived long. I mean, that's Aya then. Like, yeah, Aya. They mentioned Aya's like old in this game. Like, they mention it to be sure, so it's not just like a random information. So, Aya then. Okay, so we're back to Aya again. What? You haven't answered it to Yomu? It's impossible. I think it's more because, like, what's it called? I'm not used to the idea. I mean, I guess, like, bias where, like, does Reimu respect Aya? I guess, like, yeah, Nose can soak you in Yokai Mountain, Aya, yeah. But then it's like, would Reimu respect Aya in that sense enough to do that? But again, I'm not underestimating how much regard Aya could be held in. More just because, like, I'm just used to her in my mind also just being like a nuisance reporter during this to a bunch of to the others as well. So that's my own bias influencing that thought. It's impossible. Aya. I thought you believed in her. Of course I believe her. But the person who fits the bill... Aya, son. Quite right. Doesn't look like one, but she's a Tengu who's been around for more than 1,000 years. Oh, okay, yeah. The game mentions that she's like old. That she's old in like another dialogue earlier. She probably has as much experience as that yokai of boundaries. As a Tengu, knowing Yokai Mountain, or even Gensokyo as a whole for that matter, is definitely plausible. As for her boldness, we all saw her in action a few days ago, not denying it. Yeah, I could have made a deal with Reimu. We don't seem to be on good terms. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think it's that I let my bias of, like, not being on great terms interfere with my thought there. But that's not possible. She didn't get her talisman from Reimu. She stole one. What if Reimu didn't give her a talisman? Maybe her end of the deal was to simply distract Momiji, and she had to figure out how to get the talisman herself. Aya said she waited at the top of the library, but at the end of the day, is there anyone who can prove that? Ah! True. And what, was she lying about her code? Who knows, maybe she immediately entered the library once Momiji left her post and committed the murder. That's not... I'm sure you're more than well aware on that day she's the only person who had the clear intention to enter. Unless like Sage is doing another thing of like, okay, cool, let's see if you can reverse this accusation on Aya now. Only someone like that can make a deal with Reimu and get her in on it. But it's not possible. Oh dear, seems like the two Yomu and I have reached a deadlock, and I'm surprised. You can't convince me, it just isn't possible. I assume you have no objections to me speaking my mind then? Say whatever you want. Okay, now we reverse back on this. Okay, I guess like, what, Yomu can't muster it. Is it just me or did you hear something? Oh, Mary, catch. Huh? This was discovered in the victim's clothes. A bloody handprint is near her chest. The killer. Get off me. Freeze. Mary. Alright, get a heal. Okay, right. Because Lumino just acts for a while. They didn't like get rid of the body for a year. Alright, understood. Much appreciated. But also, like, yeah, the Tengu don't want to, like, get embroiled in issues if it turns out one of their own caused the issue. Let's see. Did you find out what's going on? What happened? And how's Mary? There was a prison break. Prison break? It seems our Mary and Reimu joined forces to break out of prison. They managed to shake off the Tengu at first, but they realized Mary was running in our direction, so they gave chase. Why'd I get filtered? I think it's utterly... It's not even on live chat. I don't see anything. It is utterly filtered. Though they've lost Reimu, the Tengu have searched the shrine and contacted Yukari. Sure, I wonder where little Shrineman is hiding. Okay, so yeah, Gregory just stayed there. He knows he's not gonna like outrun anyone. he just stayed inside. What about Mary? Is she okay? She's been recaptured. I haven't even put a change on her this time. I doubt she'll be going anywhere anytime soon. Think about it though. Why did Mary break out? Does she not trust you, little Yomu? Just kidding. The reason is right there in your hands. She gave you something just now, didn't she, little Yomu? This looks like a photo. A photo, courtesy of Aya's camera, I bet. Yeah, she said that this was a bloodstain found on the victim's clothes. We're doing the... Are we doing the Emma lever patch? I'm missing the reference. I'm missing the reference. Or I'm not... I can't remember. It's something I should remember. A bloodstain? How very interesting, my dear. From the looks of it, it came from a left hand. Seems to be around the chest too. Oh! Left-handed Renosuke again? Renosuke? It seems to be around her chest too. Is it the killer's? That would be the most likely explanation. The handprint is very clear. So clear you can even see the fingerprints. If it weren't fresh, I doubt it would be this clear. Oh, it's fresh. Why did the killer leave such a handprint on the victim's chest? Who knows? Mary, you told me you'd give me an important piece of information next time we met. Is this it? Is the clue? Do you know who else is left-handed in this game? Remember being framed by lever patch in 1.5? You had the oh, I see. Right, it's been a long time since I played that one. Actually, I don't even know if I did. Did I even do that? I don't think I ever did the option. I see. I didn't realize they had that kind of like branching point. I know there's the branching point where you can give up in like 2.4, but I forgot about. I didn't realize that one actually. I don't think. Company the killer wants to feel. Ha! It's a bit of a funky position. Yeah. But what does this mean? Anyway, let's take things one at a time. What were you talking about again? Aya. All right, Aya. From everything we know right now, she's the prime suspect. I disagree. That won't change. Oh dear. I suppose we have to do this the hard way. As long as it proves her innocence, you can bring it on. Ah, such confidence, little Yomu. Aya had the opportunity. Means an adequate motive. After all, she lacks an alibi. You can find anyone more suspicious if you tried. While Momiji was playing Go, Aya, who was on the roof, had time to sneak into the library and commit the murder. Ergo, opportunity. As a 1,000-year-old Tengu, she had the moving enough power to grapple the victim and bash her head in. Ergo means. She had herself admitted to wanting to get into the library that day, and enter the library she did. Ergo motive. You present the lever the first time. You can get the blame completely shifted to Emma. No way to fix it and you lose. But it takes like 3 minutes of game to find out you messed up. Ah, I see. Damn. Okay, yeah, I never realized that. That could happen, rather. It's been so long I forgot. Okay, I don't remember that happening to me though. But I see. Damn. Just getting like hard, like, because you can save anywhere, right? I don't remember if you can save. I don't know on the DS version only. You can like soft lock yourself, I guess, on the PC version. Unless like you get sent back 30 minutes, essentially, to before the lever patch. Another hour of sage dialogue. Let's see. It feels like we're reaching a conclusion, but let's see. No one can prove that she spent all the time she claims to do on the roof, ergo lack of alibi. She herself admitted Wanting to get to the library that day and enter the library, ergo motive, means. Okay, I think means is the contentious point. Aya grappled the victim and bashed her head in. She would have never do anything that violent. Read the autopsy report, little Yomu. Victim suffered severe blunt force trauma to the front and back, with that frontal blow proving fatal. Were those injuries not the result of Aya holding the victim's head and repeatedly slamming it into something? So you say, but do you have evidence? What did she slam her against, the floor? Grabbing and slamming someone's head into the floor doesn't sound very likely. You need to wait for Grant to mention the patch. If you show it yourself, you can have completely true evidence, since you didn't have the context for... Ah, I see. I vaguely remember something like that, but yeah, I see. Judging from where the victim was killed, I'd wager it was the bookshelves, the walls too, if anywhere nearby. Also, a lot of books fell off where it took place. Those would be traces of the victim slamming the victim into the bookshelf. The murder took place at the bookshelf with no blood, or rather cleaned blood. And the books in the bookshelf did fall off. Yeah, if something struck the bookshelf, it would shake the back and forth. The books should fall off. The books that should fall off should be... Okay, hold on, I should press. There's a lot of questioning here. What do you think you're saying? Patience, until you won't get to that part. Or are you anxious enough because I'm not trustworthy enough for you? I'm not. Acting anxious only makes you look guilty. If you want to prove to Aya's innocence, I suggest you calm down. Alright, I'm counting, my dear. Momiji was playing Go, opportunity. Could she really have done it in that span of time? I'm afraid to say there were 30 whole minutes in between Sane playing Go with Momiji to entering the library. That's enough time for me to start 10 rebellions. Ha! Plenty of time for Aya to commit murder. Do you have evidence to back that up? Nope, 'twas conjecture. Do you have evidence to disprove the logical conjecture, though? 30 minutes indeed. Damn, do I really need to prove... I have evidence to disprove that. There's a present evidence I can't present... Oh, I see. Yeah, it's been a long time. But yeah, vaguely recalling it-ish, maybe. Not sure. Oh no, but it's on the front of the clothes. So maybe... Let's see, though. Grapple and bash. Okay, let's just see if anything else is a bit rough to thing. Motive. Motive for entering the library. What does that have to do with murder? Yes, hold your horses. Since Aya had a motive for entering, there was a chance she would be discovered by the victim. From that, the motive would be to silence someone or witness their crimes. Something like that is. Of all the people related to the case, Aya is the only one with a motive, no? I mean, I want to counter that, but I can't do anything. Okay, yeah. Lack of alibi. Okay, there's nothing really contentious about that. Aya waited on the roof for half an hour. Too bad there's no evidence. He waited up there for so long she called cold. It made her nose stuffy. Is that not proof enough? Oh, little Yomu, what am I going to do with you? Are you trying to use that as evidence? Stay calm. You'll never reach your destination otherwise, my dear. Stay calm to refute your testimony. Okay, yeah. The only thing that's means opportunity is there. We can't disprove that. Motive we can't disprove, and alibi we can't disprove. The means has to be disproven. How do they say it again? Grapple the victim. Bookshelf fell off where the murder took place. These would be traces of the victim culprit slamming the victim into the bookshelf. The murder took place at the bookshelf with no blood, or rather clean blood. And the bookshelf in that did fall off. Yeah, if something struck the bookshelf, it would shake. Okay, yeah, the books that fell off are a bit weird in that case then. No. Okay, no idea. I don't know. It's about the books on the shelf, but not quite. And this is just we take. They make it seem it's from behind. She says, not yet. Oh, I'm on the wrong statement. I think it goes down. I think it goes down when I present. I'm on the wrong statement. Okay, I don't even know which one. I'm presenting to the wrong one. Let me just check. Because it goes down. It went downwards. Okay, I did it to the wrong statement. Wrong statement. Indeed. Little Yomu, what you said is wrong. Okay, stay calm, little Yomu. I'm aware, no need to rush. If the culprit grabbed the victim and killed her by slamming her head into the bookshelf, a contradiction would arise. That is, the books that fell off. Okay, it's the bottom books. You assume the impact shook the bookcase, hence fallen books. That would only be logical. That's right. But in such a circumstance, a bookshelf pivots at the bottom. The part of it that would move the most would be the top. In other words, in this case, the books on the upper shelf that should have fallen off. Right again. In actuality, a big number of books from the upper shelf was in fact on the ground where the body was discovered. But where the murder truly took place, it's books from the bottom shelf that are on the ground. Huh. That's an obvious contradiction. The top books being on the ground where the body was discovered can be explained as a misdirection from the killer. But what about the true crime scene? Why is it the books on the bottom that have been fallen off? It's going to mean the bookshelf wasn't shaken like you said. So your proposed way of Aya killing the victim is incorrect. The victim must have been killed in some other way. Until we get to the bottom of this, you can't say Aya is the killer. Oh dear me, it seems this slipped my mind. Alright, not really perfect, but I was doing the wrong statement because it pushes downwards whenever you present. There must have been a reason for the books on the bottom falling off where the murder took place. Perhaps it was a deliberate action by the killer. Perhaps it was caused by some other impact during the murder. It could even be both of those. Regardless, we know for certain the killer didn't grapple and slam the victim into the bookshelf. In which case, the question of how the killer truly killed the victim is still a matter that needs to be discussed. Little Yomu, dear, I'm not sure you've noticed yourself. You silently changed the goalpost. Huh? We were discussing whether or not Aya is the culprit, not what method was used. Just now, little Yomu, you sidestepped the crux of our discussion and kept talking about how the victim was killed. Is it because you're anxious? You steered the conversation in a completely different direction, my dear. But... You see, little Yomu, even if we find out how the victim was killed, Aya's suspicion wouldn't change. Do you understand? You can't know that for sure. As long as we find out the truth, the innocent will be absolved. Alright, you're the boss, so... Tell me, little Yomu, how did the killer kill the victim? Show me how smart you are truly at this time, little Yomu. The actual way the killer killed the victim. From the autopsy report, the victim sustained blunt force to the front and back, and a crash injury to the right thumb. The blow to the front proved fatal, so whatever caused it must have involved an impact. Is there anything at the crime scene that shows trace of an impact? For any advice? The books that fell off the bookshelf, whether on purpose or by accident, are definitely related to what happened at the time. So what happened to the bookshelf, I wonder? That's really to think about. The bookshelf. What happened to the bookshelf? What happened? Come on. Are there any other noteworthy clues regarding the bookshelf? Okay, the handprint. That's right. The strange handprint. Where exactly is the handprint supposed to be? And why is it at the top? A backhanded handprint, as if someone were latching onto a top with 4 fingers. Can't think of anything. Impatience is the enemy of deduction, little Yomu. Being the fastest in finding all in war, but deduction, you need to keep your cool, my dear. Calm down. Sage is right. You've been impatient. I need to calm... Okay, do we just do the mini game? Alright, been a while. Exercise mind, but it's more just like mini game for mini game's sake. Not really like sorting out thoughts. was more just like, it's meant to represent clearing her thoughts out, but yeah. It doesn't really like, how to say, involve any like thinking. Let's see if we can get perfect, if we can get full combo though. Okay, we messed up there. Right, so many thoughts. Oops. I mean, it's like when it goes like when you're very in the corner, and then someone comes from there. All right. All right. Yeah. Let's call it. It's all backwards. All the evidence at that crime scene is backwards. When the books on the top should have fallen off, it was the bottom that fell. When it was the floor that should have had blood, it was the ceiling. Even the handprint that found its way was backhanded. Handprint? Ceiling? Well, both those are news to me. Yet these pieces of evidence are missing something. Something that can link all together. Remember that you asked, couldn't have in a moment... A short katana's... Oh, that's it, yeah. Was Wakazashi, that's it. Yeah. Adachi and Wakazashi, that's it, yeah. That's it. That's the one. Yeah, I forgot the names exactly, but yeah. The exact names for them. Something that can link all of them together. Oh, what could that be? Come on, think. What was there something we overlooked? Something crucial that has been under everyone's nose the entire year. Something at a crime scene that can link everything together we've all overlooked. The bookshelf was the bottom falling off. The bookshelf with the backhanded four fingers. The bookshelf with the blood in the ceiling right above it. The evidence that light ties together. Could it be ties all together? How they died. Yeah, okay, yeah. Alright, maybe it's full damage then. The right thumb was crushed. Oh, okay, that aspect rather. The fingers of the handprint are the same length. It's obvious that the thumb is what's missing. And from how the right fingermost finger is thicker than the leftmost finger, this came with a right hand. The right hand backhandedly latching onto the top shelf, only the thumb was missing. The victim's right thumb was injured. What? That's okay. Yeah, maybe it is full damage. Let's see. I've got it. The crushed thumb, the backwards evidence. I've got it now. Little Yomu. Reversal. That's the key to this entire case. Oh, intriguing. Tell me more. The books, the bloodstain, the handprint. Everything here doesn't make sense because we haven't reversed something important. That is, the victim. Reverse the victim. That's right. Put simply, we fell into the same trap everyone would fall into. We assumed the victim was killed in an upright position. Okay, yeah. Fell from upside down. Mind explaining that? Don't you get it? If we reverse this, the victim was actually killed upside down. Upside down. Okay, yeah. Okay, stickman for simplicity. If it was a matter that the victim was killed while standing upright, common sense tells us so. But if that was true, the bottom books would have never fallen off, and a ceiling 200 feet high would have never be stained with blood. The victim wouldn't have left behind that backhanded handprint either. But if we assume the victim was upside down, everything makes sense. Okay, yeah, they got dropped. So, the victim was sent flying towards the ceiling by some kind of power, and in that moment, the victim latched onto the top of the bookshelf with her right hand. That's when the four-fingered handprint on the top layer got there. But the larger layer of the bookshelf was helpless against that power. The bookshelf flew to the ceiling along with the victim. Oh, okay, rather mind. Okay, in that sense, rather. Huh. Okay, even more wacky. The victim couldn't retract her hand in time, so her right thumb, which was above the bookshelf, was mercilessly crushed by the ceiling. More fatally, the victim's head also impacted the ceiling. Oh, okay, in that sense. Okay, I was thinking of it wrong then. I said the blood stain on the ceiling got there. But that's not all. The moment the bookshelf crashed into the ceiling, the top of the bookshelf was violently shaken. Therefore, being shaken from the other end, it became the bottom that experienced the most movement, thus causing the books at the bottom to fall off. Afterwards, the power dissipated and the victim fell down. At that point, due to hitting the back of her head, the victim was barely conscious and then she fell back down and hit her head on the floor. Okay, it's the two impacts. One on the ceiling, one on the bottom was the two sounds Momiji heard. Precisely, the front of her head did. That would be when the victim lost her life. The two sounds Momiji heard was exactly that, hitting the ceiling and then back on the floor. After that, cleaning the blood and dragging the body to where it would be discovered, the killer fled the scene. This is how the murder took place. This is my answer. Are you satisfied? I wouldn't dare not be. After all, the reason we're here today is to find the truth. And the truth is what you have on you. What does that object to? But even Big Top. Well, in this case, we do have like supernatural powers at play with the Touhou characters. But I don't know, like, what was it called? Aya has her wind powers, but I don't know if that'd be enough to like actually blow. I don't know if Aya did it or not. I don't think she did then, unless she did with her wind powers. Because did they mention her? They mentioned Aya's wind powers, in last case as well. They assumed that she used her wind powers to like attack the victim horizontally. But I don't know because it's more like I'm thinking of like Seija with like reversal business stuff, but like they haven't really mentioned her reversal powers really. So I don't know if it's a fair mystery purely like within the game itself or not. We'll see. I don't know. But I don't know if Seija. I don't know. What do you say, Yomu? You think too highly of me. I only thought of it just a moment ago myself. Your intuition has always been fantastic, Yomu. Since we've gone this far, do you have the answer? Who's the killer? You know, Yomu, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised by any of your answers anymore. Whether you're randomly guessing or if you're right on the mark, I'll accept it. So don't worry about anything else and tell me what you think, my dear. The killer's identity. To figure that out, the key lies in the issues related to the killer. When the murders occurred, what we should be focusing on is the power that used to... Okay, yeah, the power. What kind of power is it? Spiritual, brute force, or something else entirely? Not only was that power able to send the victim flying towards the ceiling, it even managed to uplift an entire bookshelf, crushing both into the ceiling. And yet, such power didn't do much to its surroundings. No signs of destruction were found after the fact. It's inconceivable. Such a powerful, strong and natural power even exists. Well then, can you provide evidence proving such a power exists? Can someone truly control such power? I've never heard of something so powerful and harmonious in Gensokyo. Nor have I heard of anyone possessing such a power. Just where does this power even lay? Reversing. To solve this case, reversing is the most important, even now it hasn't changed. This never before seen almighty power, really as rare as it seems. If I can reverse that, maybe evidence that proves the existence of this power. Something that proves a power. The only things that's like, what, barriers? Or am I overthinking it again? What they're actually talking about? I mean, left hand doesn't matter yet. Doesn't prove a power. Unless it's going to be that whole like wackiness with sub-psyche. I don't know. I don't think so. Is this? She seems really disappointed. When we consider the evidence that proves the existence of this power, that proves the existence of a power. I think it's just like I'm used to the powers just being like as is. So it's like it's throwing me for a loop. It's throwing me for. We tried Sigil, but that's okay. I tried the book because of barriers, but I don't think so. Evidence that proves the existence of this power. I think it's like, I see because I think I'm getting like my bias of like that Touhou powers are just there as is. So I'm like. I'm overlooking something that proves there's a power in play. An ability of power being used in this case. That proves a power is involved in this case. No, that's not power. Okay, I'm overlooking something that's probably like in my face on this. That's a light switch. There's nothing to do with powers though. Heard a sound and magic makes sound. They mentioned that. They do mention that with like if Sunny broke the barrier, then there'd have been a loud sound. But it's not any evidence though. But also, we know the sounds were both impact sounds, smashing the ceiling then smashing the ground. I'm just overlooking something easy, like this in my face. No, it's got nothing to do with that. I don't know. I'm just throwing things at the wall right now. Evidence that proves the existence of this power. Collisions to the front and back of the head. No. Okay, I'm overthinking it, probably. Or I'm just overlooking something obvious. Interior diagram. No. Okay, I'm overthinking it. Or like, maybe I'm overlooking something horrifically. The bloodless bookshelf. That power is in play. Okay, I'm overthinking it. I'm just throwing stuff at the wall. I'm just throwing at the wall. Who's the essence of this power? I tried this already. I tried that. No. I just threw light switch because like technology. I don't think that would have worked anyway. I think I'm overlooking something obvious, but like. Who's like essence of a power? No. Okay, you know what? Let me just get my health back. Let me get my health back. It's like I'm overlooking it. Like I think it's just once again it's because I'm used to the like powers just exist. So it's like evidence that proves the power was in play here. We'll just lose our health. It's Sunny's testimony obviously wouldn't work. That's like from a whole different case. The truth seems to have gone too far away to reach. Is it truly over? Whenever I hear someone say technology, I think of the skit. Which one? Oh, come on! This one! Okay, fine. I don't need to make... Okay, we're back here. I'm not big on this minigame more because, like, it adds nothing to, like... Actually, it adds nothing. If I'm being honest. It adds nothing to, like... Actually, like, thinking about the mystery. It's pure minigame. Like, once again, like, at least, like, Danganronpa minigames at least, like, have, like, some deduction or, like, thinking going on inside them. Like, Hangman's Gambit, yeah, it's, like, make a word. That car minigame with, in V3 was, like, at least, like, the car one and also, like, the one with, Hajime skateboarding, or surfing, rather, is at least also going through your thoughts. No people are afraid of technology. Where's that one from? The skit, rather. Whatever. Oh, come on. Okay, yeah, if you get sent, if you just wrong move to the wrong side too much, you just get screwed. Meat bone on the meat bone. Ha. Well, that one's more like, to be fair, that's more like the final statement essentially. Like the earlier, to be fair, yeah, the early portions, I don't remember. Like when you do get to the point where you say the final words, but then again, yeah, the rest of it is mostly just pure gameplay in the final moment. It's like 6 seconds long. Okay, get me out of this mini game. Okay, YouTube. Okay, YouTube highlighting is like a mess in chat. It keeps making me click on like options. I see. I think I've seen that somewhere before. But yeah, it's more just scared because like some guy is like being loud in your face. It's all backwards, yeah. Remember the screen backwards? Yeah, we know it's the we know the method turned out to be like wacky getting smacked. Okay, we're back here again. Okay, what am I missing? What am I overlooking? I feel like I've tried everything that makes sense. I tried this, I tried that. I tried this, I tried that. This item means nothing at all. Let's go over it again. Handprint on the bookshelf. Speaking of, why does the handprint only have 4 fingers? The evidence that... Oh, no. Okay. Wait, what? Okay. I think I get too far ahead. We did this... Okay. The handprint on the bookshelf. Okay, autopsy report. Whoops. Right, okay. We're further back when I thought. Right, whoops. We're further back when I thought we were. Reversal. Everything here doesn't make sense because victim, reverse the victim. As soon as the victim was killed in upright position, therefore you got slam dunked. So in that moment, the victim latched onto. Okay, yeah, they got but then they got crushed that way, and then they got tumbled down. They got sent flying upwards. They tried to hold it to the bookshelf for like cover. The 2 sounds Momiji heard while playing Go without cleaning up. This is how the murder took place. This is my answer. You satisfied? I wouldn't dare not be. After all, the truth is what you have on you. What is this object to? What do you say? You think too highly of me. Intuition has always been fantastic. Gone this far to have an answer. Who's the killer? Okay, that's not the focus yet. You know, Yomu, at this point I couldn't be surprised if you don't answer anymore. Randomly guessing or if you're right on the mark, I'll accept it. Don't think anything. This identity. To figure that out, the key lies in clues related to the killer. When the murder occurred, what we should be focusing on is the power that was used on the victim. What kind of power is it? Spiritual, brute force, or something else entirely? Not only was that power able to send the victim flying towards the ceiling, it managed to easily lift up a bookshelf along with her, crashing both into the ceiling. No sign of destruction were found after the fact. It's inconceivable. How could such a strong and natural power even exist? Well, then, can you provide evidence proving such a power exists? Unless it's like Yukari's warp stuff again. How can someone truly control such strong power? I've never heard of something so powerful and harmonizing Kentucky. I've never heard of anyone possessing such a power. Where does this power lay? Wait, portals, sorry, that's it, portals. But I don't know. Reversing. To resolve this case, reversing is the most important, even now that hasn't changed. This never before seen almighty power, really as rare as it seems. And not okay, so not a rare power. The evidence that proves the existence of this power. To like slam up and down. We tried this, but it's for the power itself. We tried this, but it does nothing. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Just to be sure, I'm not losing it. The light switch doesn't work. The photograph. I don't think that, okay, the photograph doesn't do anything. Okay, I'm at a loss. I don't know what exactly would prove the power here. We tried this one. The bloody bookshelf, no. Sounds until the blue heart. Ha! Okay, I think I threw everything at this, it feels like. I don't know what I missed by this point. I don't think these two matter. This is just Momiji's messing about. Not messing about, mistake. Testimony states that Momiji was sweating. I don't think that matters. We tried that actually. We tried these two. We tried the handprint, but yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, we're just gonna go down it by in a list then. I'm at a loss. That proves the power. We tried that. Autopsy report. We tried that, right? Yeah, we tried that. Interior dagger we tried, I know that. The bloody bookshelf? Okay. I'm just at a loss. Unless it means the... I don't know. I'm at a loss. Alright, we're gonna go through this again. Jeez. But at least we know, yeah, let's not waste our health HP on, like, the earlier question. To be fair, this isn't... Oh no, it's like at least like a minute minimum. Yes, it's at least a minute minimum. Like, it takes at least 1 second per enemy we face. It's like a really bad position to be in. You know what, whatever. Oh, we have to wait for it to show up though, we can't just spam it. Okay, what? Sure, thanks, whatever. Okay, I need to... Don't come left. Right, rather. Right, whatever. -3. I don't. Whatever. Oh, come on! This once again. This minigame adds nothing. It adds nothing to like the mystery solving. It's purely just like, I mean, yeah, representing Yomu clearing her mind, but still, it's like it adds nothing to like the mystery. You could just have her breathe. Or something, even. Just breathe in and out. And that would have done the same thing, if I'm being honest. This isn't like FNAF minigame where the minigames are the story. In this case, yeah, at least like, what's it called? The logic line thing is still like doing the story. This is just like Yomu clearing her mind. It's like, it's cool in like, in theory, but like, it adds nothing to the actual mystery or anything. It's just like slashing rhythm, not even rhythm game. It's just representing clearing her mind. Unless there's like a... I don't think this is something we're missing if we're not doing this. But yeah, okay, we're good. Okay, and we know... Yeah, the first... Yeah, they talk about the whole... That thing and then what links them together. I don't think... Was there something... Something at the crime scene? Yeah, the broken thumb. With the autopsy report. Yeah, got sent flying, etc. Okay, evidence. Okay, we tried bloody. Let's try bloodless. Is this? We tried that. We tried that. I know we tried the ceiling. I know we tried the ceiling. Did I overlook something entirely when I'm going through this list of evidence? Okay, we know it's not Sonic. I know I tried that. And I tried the Sager. That makes no sense anyway. The book, yeah, doesn't work. And we know that doesn't work. Okay, I just have no idea. Did I just overlook something somehow? Or just like, even overlook, just like missed physically. I physically missed something to press. Because we know, okay, we know that. Just pin the blame on Sun, I trust. Gosh, it takes like at least like 2 minutes though. Which makes it more annoying. You sure it's not the Sager testimony? Yeah, I know it's not the Sager testimony. I tried that. She said that nothing was out of the ordinary. Well, let me try that to be sure, then. I know it's not a Sonic testimony. I threw the Sonic testimony just to like get back to full HP. But when it turns out, yeah, we get sent all the way back here. Which is like, I think that's the worst part. We get sent back to this minigame. Like, it's cool. Once again, it's cool visually, but like, it adds nothing. Okay, don't force a reset. Oh, come on. I'm gonna screw this up again because we're just gonna get doubled up on. You're just like attacked from by the corner of the game. If you do it perfectly, you won't get cornered. But if you do it badly, you will get cornered. Come on, I don't even see anyone there. Okay, please just let me get through this. I'm begging you. 4.4 surely it's not -0. Okay, yeah, end it, please. Okay, yeah, it's autopsy report. Yeah, broken thumb. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just baffled. Like, I don't see anything that proves a power at play. We know it's a light switch because I do really remember doing light switch. I tried the sigil, that didn't work. Okay, I know it's not this. It's not this. It's not. Just to be sure, to make sure we get everything at the bottom area done. It's not Sager. Cool. Just to be sure, it's not light switch. It's not sigil. It's not photograph. It's not autopsy report. It's not the interior diagram. I know I tried that. Bloody bookshelf. I tried the bloodless. I know I tried the bloodless. Okay. Evidence. Is something okay? Thanks, game. Thanks. Like, give us the option of being like, I have evidence for this, or I don't have evidence for this. Don't trick me with like the game UI like that. It's something I don't have. I just tried pressing escape in case, but like, okay, yeah, thanks, game. Oh. I don't have any evidence that directly points to the existence of such powers. Because it needs no evidence. Oh, okay. It seems to have an answer. So, what is that power? Spiritual, divine, or gravitational? gravitational then. It's not anything supernatural, nor is it brute force. It's something we can feel anytime, everywhere, anywhere. It's gravity. The killer didn't use anything but the weight of the victim. That's why the power managed to lift the bookshelf so easily. Okay, yeah, it's more just saying like, yeah. It's like, to be fair, it's like I was saying that powers are just as they are. So it's like, yeah, you don't need evidence to prove that powers are in play because they exist as they are. It was the bookshelf itself that was lifting up. The weight of the bookshelf lifted 200 feet. I was still confused too, to be honest. Yeah, it's like, I think it's like if Yomu at least had like a dialogue option of saying there is evidence for this, there is no evidence for this. Would have been like, it's like pretty much like, yeah, Ace Attorney does that when it's like, okay, do I present evidence here? Do I have evidence for this matter at this time? And yes or no. It's like the game is being like funky, being like, here's the menu before you even get an option to say yes or no. Lifted 200 feet in the air and crashed into the ceiling. The victim too was killed by her own weight. Yomu. At this stage, I wouldn't say it's all just a story. All I want to know is, how was it achieved? Why would you make us do this? I just didn't think it was about as an option. Fair, yeah. You can still escape the menu. The killer did only one thing throughout the entire process. Changed the victim's gravity from down to up. Even the bookshelf which the victim latched onto was affected. The moment the victim grabbed the bookshelf, his gravity also changed. Common sense tells us gravity of anything points downwards. That won't change. In Gensokyo, common sense can be overturned. Among everyone related to the case, no, in the whole Gensokyo, only one person is completely capable of this. Someone who can change gravity from down to... Okay, yes. Okay, yeah, cool. Seiger does reference, like, okay, why'd you think it was me? And it's like, huh, why did I think it was you? Very well then, tell us who the person is. Okay, yeah. Okay, it does. This game is set. But to be fair, we do mention like Sage's whole reversals. Okay, it's there anyway in her profile. But yeah, okay, Seiger. Not too long ago in Aku's house, something happened that felt like it came out of a book. Reimu Hakurei cornered, attempted to silence everyone present. Seeing the powerful bullets of the Hakurei Shrine Maiden, I just thought I was dead for sure. But little did I know, Kida Oji-san had someone on standby. She reversed the direction of Reimu's bullets, using Reimu's own attack against... Okay, yeah, we do see Sage's own ability being used in-game. In this game, rather. So it does work out. Someone who could do that, someone who could reverse the gravity of the victim in the bookshelf, is you, Seiger Kijin, the Amanajaku capable of reversing everything. I should have known from the start. No one else is as bold as you. You've been around Gensokyo for a long time. In terms of ability and experience, no one could compare to you, who once overthrew the entirety of Gensokyo into disarray. Why were you so kind to us to help Chirino 1 year ago? Why were you so kind to help Chirino 1 year ago? Helping investigate, cross-examine witnesses, you were virtually the prosecutor. Wasn't it to control the process of the trial? That day when you appeared at Aku's house and defeated Reimu, her words were also strange. Seiji, how dare you do this to me? Well, my dear, in a certain sense, the fact I divulged your plans was a pretty interesting turnabout, no? It was almost like you betrayed her. Ah, I see. All of this points towards one fact. You are the true killer from 1 year ago. You conspired with Reimu, murdered Okami Gekimaru, manipulated the scene, and framed both Aya and Reimu. Do you confess? In the face of concrete evidence, digging in your heels and making a last stand, I feel is an act of shame. It's simply a waste of time. It makes you look desperate and smears your name even more. Why? Unfortunately, the thrilling drama hasn't reached a conclusion yet. What? I've been waiting for this day for 1 whole year. But, Yomu, my dear, you're still missing the final few pieces. What do you mean? Why did I make a deal with Hakurei Reimu? Why did I enter the library? Why did I do any and all of this? Do you know the reason behind everything, Yomu? That's... Here we go, a final clash. I won't surrender until you completely cornered me. I have only one question for you. Okay, yes, Sage's theme. My motive. What is it? Oh, okay, cool. Your motive? Why did I enter the library? What was I looking for? Can you answer that, Yomu? You went into a library. What else could it be but for a book? No, I mean something even more specific. What kind of book? What book would be worth as much as to drive me to murder? That's the question I'd like you to answer for me, Yomu. The book Seiya Kijin wanted. Any evidence that relates to this? Alright, it's the... yeah, that... Okay. Yomu, are you thinking the fact that the lives of all your friends hinge on you? This seriously? Okay, I was going to see the book that was missing there on that bookshelf. It wasn't the barrier book, though. Like, yeah, it's not the barrier book. I know that for sure. But it's going to say that it was the Honest Man book. But then, I tried the Bloodless bookshelf where that one's from, but it's not there then. Okay, well, the note the victim was holding. What you wanted, yes, Yomu, was this. This is it. This picture appeared on the book. Oh, right, yeah, the book Reimu wanted. After the murder, you drew this symbol and hid it under the victim to frame Reimu. Did I? In truth, this picture is also a sigil. In Akyu's research, he discovered that this sigil was related to a book, Honest Man's Death. Oh, okay, in that workaround sense. Like, cool. Like, I feel like the bookshelf would have worked, because that's where the book was from. But I guess we just have to, like, bring up the fact that, yeah, the sigil notes on the victim. Ah, Akyu-san. You snuck into the library for nothing else. But the missing Honest Man's Death Volume 2. Okay, I mean, I feel the bookshelf would have worked. Should have worked. Is that so? Is it not? The book has been missing ever since that day. And that day just happens to have been located where the murder took place. You were discovered by the victim while searching for that book, so you killed her. According to Akyu's research, that book, combined with another item, allows one to control another person's super psyche. This is mind control, or turning someone into another you, a very powerful ability. You snuck into the library because you wanted to obtain that power. Ha. Alright. But let's see. It feels like Seija's like fake final boss though. She obviously, like, once again, that was kind of her, not fake final boss, but like, well, she was stage 4 in double dealing, but was it double dealing? I'm mixing up names. But let's see. You entered the library for that book. For that book, you willingly put yourself at risk and went to the library alone. And for this book, you killed the victim who had noticed you, Okami Gekimaru. Nice deduction. But how are you going to prove it, my dear? You... A mere guess is not enough. You say I stole that book. How are you going to prove it? There's... proof she stole the book. To prove that, neither of our two investigations were focused on that book. Little evidence to relate to it. If I don't have that book, everything I say is meaningless. If only I could look into that book. Damn it, this is just like 1 year ago. Back then too, Mary didn't have the barrier book, so she was too hard pressed to prove that Reimu's possession was stolen. But this time I can't hope that someone will come to me with a book. I'll do it by myself. Prove whether or not Seiya stole that book. No, I need to reverse my thought process. Did Seiya steal the book? I can't think like that. Has Seiya ever used that book? That's what I think. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Chirino getting, like, mind possessed by Seiya. 1 year ago, something very... yeah. Chirino... Yeah. How could you, Seiya Kijin? Do you have the answer, Yomu? Okay, yeah. The proof you stole Honest Man's death. Yeah, Chirino. There was a certain someone a year ago. Someone whose personality did a full 180 after a day. Oh. Chirino. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that she's the #1 idiot in Gensokyo. God. But during the second day, she suddenly became intelligent and bold. Even had Mary in the palm of her hand. Just like you. Is that what I'm saying? Is what I'm saying wrong? You were controlling her. With Honest Man's Death Volume 2, you acted as Chirino's assistant on day 1, precisely because you wanted to control the trial, stop anyone from suspecting you. But on day 2, Yukari barred you from entering. To maintain control of the situation, you used the power of that book. You used the other you inside Chirino to take control of her body, thus allowing you to control the trial. And if my guess is correct, during the final phase, the one who kidnapped Renko and Kida was you. Okay, the actual body of Seija, then mind hacking Seija is different. So she can act in 2 places. Etc. Can I take that as your confession? My apologies, I couldn't stop myself from laughing. You're 1 step away. 1 step. What do you mean? You say I stole the book, but ultimately you couldn't produce any key evidence. It's a shame. You lack the final piece of evidence. If it's that... Well, I'm not the sort of person that stubbornly says you have no evidence, so whatever you say doesn't count. What? What if I say I have evidence that can prove you wrong? What? Let me put it like this. Your whole argument hinges on the fact that the book was stolen. Of course. But was it truly? It was. Mary and Renko discovered that 1 year ago. Mary was searched the place again a few days ago and is still missing. Really? Why don't you take a look? What does that mean? It means that what it means. If the book truly was stolen, then it shouldn't be here right now. So why don't you go look to see for yourself? Oh, okay, it got snuck inside here again. It should be this bookshelf. Okay, it got placed back. It got returned. It got returned. What? This is. Did you find it, Yomu? But that's not possible. Look closer. Maybe you're mistaken. I've never seen the book before. It says Honest Man's Death Volume 2 right on the cover. Mary and Renko would never have missed this book twice. And before you ask, in the 3 times I've been here the past few days, I never went near that bookshelf, the Tengu and the Garg. Okay, huh. Can confirm that. I've never taken control of these Tengu. If you believe me, you can ask them yourself. See, they've been dazed the past few days. In the end, I never had a chance to put that back there the past few days. But fingerprints. We just have to check for fingerprints. If we find your fingerprints on it, that would mean that's no use. Even if you do find my fingerprints, all it proves is that I touched the book. The question now is whether or not I stole it. If you want reasons for why I touched it, I can give you thousands of them. What? How? When we were investigating a few days ago, Mary did say that she couldn't find the book. It wasn't on the bookshelf. If Seija never... unless, like... I don't know, Seija was mind-hacking Mary, because Seija refers to Mary as, like, Mary quotation marks. So, like... either that or, like, Seija's been mind-hacking Mary the whole time. I don't know. If Seija Kiji never went near the bookshelf, how did this book end up here? Don't tell me the book really was never stolen. I can't think like that. If I do, my argument would... I'm sure you know that if the book was never stolen, your logic would fall and break apart. The killer's motive, trial from a year ago, and the true side of the murder, they're all become guesses now. So how do you intend to explain this contradiction, Yomu? How did it end up like this? Has all my effort up until now been in vain? It's not possible. Everything we've established fits together, piece by piece. It can't be wrong. In that case, what's wrong should be the current predicament. Come on, if the book was never there these past few days, how exactly did Seija manage to put it back in the bookshelf? What happened these past few days? Investigation, arrest, darkness, prison, solving the case. Oh, the darkness. Yeah. The dark, when the lights were off. Speaking of, at that time, I shut off the light, and the library was in complete darkness. During all that chaos, Seija was inside the library. It was possible she went near the bookshelf. But do I have proof? When lights were turned off and on, Seija was standing on the same spot. There's no evidence to prove that she moved. Evidence were just... where do I find evidence? I need just one piece to make a solid conjecture. Evidence regarding someone going near the books all the time. Okay, Yom, about time. Do you have any evidence to prove that I stole the book? Momiji, because she ran through. She ran through. She would have interacted with Seija. No way. It can't be. Oh? I misunderstood, Momiji-san. Misunderstood? This morning, I deduced that Momiji randomly bumped into people due to her condition acting up. But in truth, there was no condition, nor was she aimlessly running around. What did you just say? She rather... Oh! Okay, yeah. She got mind hacked. Okay. And that's how Momiji has no recollection of what's happened, because she got hacked in that time. The person controlling her made a mad dash towards the true side of the murder for one reason, and one reason alone. To help you put this book back into place. Say what? When the library became pitch black, Momiji wasn't Momiji. You used this opportunity to quickly activate the ability to control another super psyche on Momiji, allowing you to control her body. Momiji, now in the control of Seija's sub-psyche, was afraid of the lights coming on early. So she made a mad dash for the bookshelf and put the book back to the bookshelf. Okay, thanks, Aya. You really messed this whole up. You messed this whole case up. Then she could be at ease and subdue Aya at the south entrance. And your reason for doing this is precisely because that missing book is proof of your guilt. Alright, well, yeah, wasn't Seija the one who mentioned RSIS? I feel like it was, again, because we did the start of this case last stream, it's like, I don't remember how the case started, or when RSIS was mentioned elsewhere. As long as that book was there, you would be able to deny any claims that you were the culprit. We all owe Momiji an apology. She's not some cold-blooded killer, nor is she mentally ill. She's just an innocent Tengu who was controlled by you. Can you prove it? Prove it, that's simple. We just need to check the fingerprints. If we find Momiji's prints on the cover and your fingerprints inside, we have proof, undeniable proof. Yeah, because Momiji has no reason to touch it. Also, Momiji's hands are extremely wet. If we also find signs that the book was stained with water, we know for a fact that it was put there when the lights went out. What? So, shall we? We have a bit of time left. Are you going to confess right now, or are you going to wait until we have decisive proof? No, I wonder how this will wrap up though conclusively. We have this case from a year ago, but I don't know how I guess an overarching thing. Well, I guess I don't know. We'll see. I guess to be fair, we don't know why Reimu killed Akyu though, unless it's Seija doing. Well, yeah, it's the whole if Seija mind hacked Reimu during that time as well. Fine, I confess. The true killer, the person who murdered that Tengu in the very library, is me. But it doesn't feel like an overall conclusion, though. There's still Kida's son, and Kida and Renko missing, so there's still more, it feels like. Congrats, Ryomu. You've resolved the unresolved crime from a year ago. Quite a shocker. It's just as you say. A year ago, I convinced Reimu into helping me sneak into the library. She get the book she wanted, I get the book I wanted. So that day, while the Tengu was distracted by Sane-san, I quietly entered the library and began my search. I didn't expect to be noticed by the Tengu at the south entrance. Was I correct in the first stream? What was your theory? Or that Seija did it? I didn't expect to be noticed by the Tengu at the south entrance. She cornered me in the library, so I killed her. I'd been trying to manipulate the scene, but Aya interrupted me. I had to hide in here and wait until they left. Then, you know what I did in court. Gotta say, who'd have guessed that you would get this far by yourself? Why? Why did you do it? Renko, Kida, and the Tengu Okami Gekimaru. Why'd you do this to them? Why, you ask? Because I can. What? I wanted to kill them, so I killed them. All there is to it. Those who get my way, those who know too much. I could, so I did. I don't think Renko's dead, though. We'll see. Unless Renko died off screen. I don't think so. That's the person I am. Me, Seija Kijin. You... Not the person, but the method. Oh, what? Getting mind hacked. You seem confused. Is it strange? I wanted to kill them, so I saw them die with my own eyes. Over is to it. I guess it make it like, yeah, because like obviously Reimu's behavior is odd in the first place as well. Like, it doesn't make sense for her as a character to have done that. Is it? Yeah, it is. That's all it is. Is that really true? Hey, what kind of question is that? Of course it's true. But my gut tells me otherwise. Oh dear, that intuition of yours again. How boring. Take me in already. The true killer's right in front of you. Wait, is that really genuinely true? Man, I already told you everything. You were right. You've won. What more is there? There's more because a wrong deduction would definitely hurt an innocent person. Okay, Sage's being Sager, messing around again, huh? Do you have any idea what you're doing right now? All you have to do is take me in and all your friends will be saved. What? You going to abandon them? Of course not, but I can't let it end like this. I'm the one who exposed you, so you're my responsibility now. My intuition tells me there's something more, something in the dark waiting to be discovered. Sager, whatever sins or secrets you have hidden away, I will cover them. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. You really are one troublesome little individual, Yomu. I am, and I'm not going to cause trouble for you. I'm going to cause trouble for you one more time. She wants to put herself in a bad spot so she can get out. Yeah. To be fair, that's what she's been doing the whole case, where it's like, what's it called? Where it's like, yeah, she accused Sane, put Sane in and then reverse it around with Yomu, and then yeah, now herself even. Brings a kink. Ha ha. Let's play this game all the way into the very end. Alright. I already told you everything I could. Sorry, dear Yomu, but there's no grand turnabout to this case. It's a fact. I killed that Tengu in the library. I saw her dying before my very eyes. That was the result I wanted. That's why I directly went on to manipulate the scene. Okay, we gotta press. It's not clear-cut statements yet. Is that true? Is that not true? Unless she was also mind-controlled. We'll see. Also, one sec. Alright. Is that really not true? Is that not really not true? Is that really... really not true? You lose. I'm not good at tongue twisters like these. Wasn't the other book stolen before the murder, or am I misunderstanding? Volume 1. Yeah, because she said that you need 2 books. I can't remember the status of the books. They said there wasn't there 3 books or something? Or am I misunderstanding? I'm misremembering. I'm not doing tongue twisters right now. Supposed to be... Relax, I already confessed, haven't I? I'm in no hurry, so what are you hurrying for? We can take our time. There's no grand turnabout. Grand turnabout? Proving the killer is innocent after the killer has already confessed? Please, we aren't in some novel right now. And if I see any offer try that, they'll be the first to eat a knuckle sandwich from me. I think that's violence uncalled for. Okay, you're the boss, Yomu. No violence allowed. She's totally unfazed by the situation. But if I think about it another way, perhaps she's fooling around as a way to mask her own nervousness. Is that even possible? I can only trust my gut now. I killed a Tengu I saw die right in front of me. You killed a victim with your own 2 hands. Mm-hmm. Well, straightly speaking, I didn't use my own 2 hands. Never actually touched her. Oh, the handprint. You reverse gravity. Yeah, so straightly speaking, I'm still an irredeemable killer. Okay, this is okay. Seija doesn't know the evidence that Mary gave to Yomu. Seija, who was the one who did it. That's the conclusion we arrived at. But then again, Seija did Shirino did get like mind hacked though. So, and this is another explanation for that, but we'll see. But for some reason, my gut's telling me that's wrong. Why are you hiding something? That was the result I wanted. That's why I went to the scene to directly manipulate it. You directly went to manipulate the scene? What was I supposed to do? Start the body? That wouldn't achieve anything. I'm not that foolish. Let me confirm once again. You never touched the victim. Yes, aside from when I dragged her by the shoulder. Not even accidentally. She just offered fake character. I feel so. It feels that way because like the game is like very like it references like double dealing character and like the whole rebellion thing. And the whole like the power weak and strong thing. So I do think like yeah, it feels like Seija really stuck with them. Living accidentally, nada. She didn't touch anything besides the shoulder. That's what I wanted. That's why I already went to manipulate the scene. Okay, I guess we present it here. Okay, yeah, because Seija doesn't know about this handprint. Indeed. Yes, Yomu. You're lying. Oh, and what did I lie about? We've come this far. Do I need to still have a need to lie? You said aside from dragging the body by the shoulder, you never touched her. That's a lie, isn't it? Oh, and how exactly is that lie? If you truly never touched the victim, why is there a handprint on the victim's chest? You said it yourself. If it weren't fresh, I doubt it'd be this clear. Therefore, it's the killer's handprint. Okay, it had to be fresh at the time, rather. The only one besides Yomu and Gregory to appear in every case. Yeah, true. So yeah, like she's pretty much like, I guess it's like, what's it called? I mean, there was like, what's it called? Not shoot the bullet. The impossible spell card. Touhou game that's like Seija as the main one, but it's pretty much everyone attacking her, essentially. So I guess like she's not really easy to make us the protagonist. Don't tell me you've so it's like but still a workaround essentially for that. Don't tell me you've forgotten. But again, I forgot Aya. Oh, there's Aya too. Aya as well. What if I have forgotten? Oops, I misremembered. Maybe I did touch her by accident. I can change my testimony at any time, my dear. Or are you saying that this handprint holds significance? Yeah, eyes in every case, yeah. It does. What? This handprint, if I'm not wrong, is from CPR. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, because we see, like, the 2 hands. It's actually not just left hand. It looks like it's 2 hands. An emergency medical procedure where you put one hand on the other and perform chest compressions. Seija, you tried... Shut up. You were actually trying to... Seija, shut up. I said shut up. Tell me everything, Seija. What exactly happened on that day? Oh, you're a real piece of work, seriously. Reimu, Hakure and I had everything planned out. He'd use Sane to distract Momiji and I'd sneak in while they were engrossed in the game. And then... Okay, yeah. Even actually she didn't mean to kill Okame. Let's see. There it is. I smell a rat in here. Show yourself. It's over. Surrender. Okay, then just kill... Well, not really self-defense, though. Crap. The cast money sound effect every debate deflates all the time. Ha! Damn it. You... wake up, goddammit. Well, okay, accidental murder. Ugh. Listen, she's still gonna steal the book, though. Son of a... How did this happen? After that, I manipulated the scene, moved the body, cleaned the blood, left a note, took away the books. I and Momiji entered too, but I was ultimately never discovered. You know what happened after that, Yomu? You know what happened after that. Not really a question, more the statement. That's everything. If this is the truth, what else are you looking for? Grand turnabout? Some big misunderstanding? Big mastermind rather? Nope, this is everything. Before you face the judgment of Gensokyo, I'd like to know one thing. Go ahead, Renko and Kida. Where are they? North of the Forest of Magic, near the human village, in a hidden building. That's where I live. Everything will come to light once you head there. Understood. Seija Kijin, I want you to know, even if I know all this, I still won't forgive you. Too many people have been hurt because of you. Yeah, I know. Your sins can't be written off just because they were unintentional. But if you sincerely turn over a new leaf... I mean, to be fair, like, we have, like, Reimu murdered... I mean, to be fair, they left Reimu, like, pretty chill because he's still the Hakurei Shrine Maiden. They just imprisoned her. While, like... Well, Kokoro was also accidental. But then again, Seijo's also here because of, like... She was here because she was here trespassing. Sorry, Yomu. What? I'm grateful you care about me and were willing to hear me out. I know that, in Gensokyo, the people that would believe I did CPR can be counted on one hand. The last time I met a person like you was such a long time ago. But there's something I need to do. This is something I had to see through to the very end, even at the cost of 3 lives. What? Okay, the Tengu here plus Yomu. You trying to flee? Flee? No, I'm fleeing from you as a fool's errand, Yomu. I'll walk out of here. That's the... Did you really think I'd return something this valuable? I spent a long time making that fake... Okay, a fake copy. Seija Kijin. I'll tell you this. This book, as far as I know, is a storybook. It talks about blah, 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 blah. And even that describes blah, 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 blah. But you'll probably forget it immediately, my dear. Okay, like Akyu said. 7 honest men. God, what is that? Oh, you can actually remember it. However, but half butterfly's blood won't save you. Okay, cool. Cool. We got Yomu with, like, the butterfly blood thing from this game. What's going on? I think it's like everyone's half butterfly or something like that, is what Akyu said. But then it's like, there's a few pure ones, but then everyone is half otherwise, or something. Unless I'm misunderstanding what Akyu meant by that. Punishments here aren't harsh to OG. Yeah, OG is like they get killed. Why is my body too... What on earth? Is... Okay, yeah. But she gets mind jacked. Sorry, Yomu. I'll release you once I've gone. Don't worry. I promise I won't do anything weird with your body. Okay, Seija. Kijin. Execution, no exceptions. I mean, then again, there is like the people in prison, though, to be fair. Like in investigations free. Well, 2 free. What? Okay, she's still resisting. What was that? Unless Seija gets killed here, you... Okay, oh, there's Reimu. Seija Kijin. Oh, and OG. That's Reimu-san. What'd you do to these guys? Oh, I see. It's that book. Don't bother. Did you think I wouldn't be prepared for that? Reimu Hakurai. Are you here to get revenge? More or less. How many times have you used me, you bastard? You even made me go to prison. Some idiots like you deserve all the pain in the world. How many people have you killed? One. Someone precious. But I've made up my mind. You won't threaten me into killing anyone else ever again. Unless you mean Akyu. Unless you mean Akyu that you killed, or unless you mean someone else. But let's see. Threaten you? What a joke. You were the one who killed Akyu-san. True, I killed her. I know that more than anyone. Okay, you mean Akyu, yeah. I wonder, who's the one that's been blackmailing me non-stop the past year? Who's the one who made it so I never had a restful day in my life? Sleep in my life. Who's the one who gave me that note? Hayden Akyu's discovered your secret. You know what will happen tomorrow morning. Oh, okay, cool. One heck of a writer you are. You even attached that sigil to blackmail me. If not for you agitating me the past year, I decided to atone for my sins before the gods. But before that, I had to deal with you. You caused all this. Feel free to try anything. This is the quadruple barrier. What's so funny? Blackmail, notes, threats. I knew it. Always a bigger fish in the sea, huh? Okay, there's a bigger mastermind. Do you think I'll let you trap me here? I still have... Hey, you die. Never admit defeat. Okay, cool. Cool. Someone else. It wasn't Seija blackmailing Reimu in that case that got her to kill Akyu. Yeah, okay. The final mastermind. The final mastermind. At the very least, we now know what truly happened a year ago. Yeah. Insert Monkey Island joke. Oh yeah, the whole action in dark screen. Right, if it weren't for Yomu... Thank you, Mary. Me? If it weren't for you insisting on investigating this case, I may not have learned the truth for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life, I wouldn't know Renko's whereabouts. Okay, say just kept them there in the house for like a year. Thank you yourself. You were the one who achieved all of this. I guess it's the house that was the barrier yokai house. And then Sage just took residence there. We'll see. You too, Kido Oji-san, or Gregory Oji-san. Without all your advanced gear aiding the investigation, and you helping us every step of the way, we wouldn't be here right now. You're too kind. And if you hadn't been at my side the whole time, I may still be that impatient kid who gives up all the time. Thank you. Come on, there's no need for that between us. Just say the word and I'll be there, Yomu-san. But still, the person who we should be thanked the most would be you. Yeah, you did the most work of all of us. Thank you for your contributions to this case, Miss Yomu. You freed us from this burden and gave us justice for what transpired a year ago. Me? If I had just been a little more faster... Yomu-san, Miss Yomu, I understand how you feel. Seeing that happen in front of your own eyes. If it had been me, I'd still be feel the same way as you do now. Oh, okay, is Sage just dead now? However, the best thing we can do for them now is to move forward. To conquer the obstacles ahead of us and prove to them that their sacrifice had meaning. That was not in vain. That is the greatest peace we could give them. Isn't that so, Miss Yomu? Give them peace, huh? I've made my decision. I'll continue running this agency to carry on Renko's legacy. If there ever comes a day where she visits this place, she'll say, "You're the best, Yomu, and not what to let down." That sounds rather nice. As for me, I'll continue searching for Renko. Didn't they say, like, the house? Yeah, Sage's house. Yeah, cool. And then, well, I'll think about it after finding Renko. I'll continue to support Miss Mary. If possible, I'd like to have a chat with Miss Yakumo. Perhaps the judicial system can be re-established. Tomorrow's success is built on yesterday's failures. I hope the failures of the past will provide a foundation of success for the future. As for me, what am I to do now? Oh yeah, I can finally go back to kicking down Yomu's door every day. You're making a really scary face. Would you believe me if I said that if you do that tomorrow it would be scarier? Sequel to be continued. I think to be continued. Because like Seija does say like implies there's a mastermind bigger than her going on that's blackmailing Reimu. So there's more to it. Nope, I'm gonna give it a try. And I'll make you believe me right now. Okay, yeah, don't bust her door down. But yeah, it's not fully finished. Because like whatever blackmail was Reimu's secret. And this is like secret of like that Reimu stole the book, but I don't know. There's still another thing going on. With that, the murder of the library from a year ago and a series of cases stemming from it has been laid to rest. I'm not sure what to say. With how things have gone, maybe I shouldn't say what should be said. But it's kind of interesting to see like the lingering case be solved. But I think there is a next case. Probably we'll see. It's not the bigger mastermind. It's kind of funny to see like the lingering case not be like the big case. I mean, to be fair, they do that with investigations too. Actually, again, like the one kind of is it? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, kind of with Gregory's case being reopened by Edgeworth. In the end, I can only live by a certain phrase. I learned to guide me into the future. Living must fight for the dead, so you can't stop for even a single moment. Because since I've chosen this path, I have to see it through to the very end. This is what I live by. Unless it is the end. Let's see. It feels like I don't know. It feels like there's something more, because they do tease something with thing. Let's see. Yomu Konpaku-sama? She's a pretty cute girl. You know, some people caught wind that I had dealings with Yomu-san. They kept telling me to kill myself. I know what that is. Maybe it's something to do with Yomu-san? Maybe I'll pay attention next time. Let's see. Like, even with there's the whole thing with, like, the whole mystery regarding, Hirari. Like, Hirari's involvement is a bit weird. There's still something else, I think. Yomu's my savior. If it weren't for her, I may have been burned by sins for the rest of my life. Which is why I've also made up my mind. Not just for you, but for everyone, I'm going to atone to the best of my ability. Okay, yeah. It's a fake out. Huh? Hold on, one sec. What happened? Okay, it's a fake out. Yeah, it does play on like how to say, game expectations with Ace Attorney. It's like, yeah, the big finale case. But yeah, we knew there's something missing. What have you done? Okay. Chapter 4. End. Alright, yeah. In the credits, no respect for cinematography. Ha. But okay, yeah, there's like something. There's still chapter 5. Alright. What? Let's get a quick look, but gotta call it in a bit. Anyway, it works out impossible. This is Seija Kijin's house? Okay, that's probably Mary saying it then. Okay. Alright, cool. On that bombshell. On that bombshell. Case. Okay, yeah, Seija's house is the barrier house. Well, I don't know if she just took residence there. Okay, also I'm missing these notes around as well. Okay, we can't go to the menu from this moment. Not over yet. Okay, fine. Let's see then. Let's progress a little bit more. But yeah, actually, wait a minute. Shoot. Wait. It should be fine. Give me a moment. Hold on. One moment, BRB. It might take like 10 minutes or so. Give me a moment. 10 minutes or so. One moment. Gotta do something real quick. Well, not real quick, but give me 10 minutes. If this is the NUB out content for next week. Well, we have the... I forgot we had the Fate collab as well. That's next week. I forgot we're gonna play that as well. It slipped my mind when I was mentioning schedule yesterday. There's that next week, but yeah, one moment. Unless you mean just terms of like games to start, but we'll see. This might take like 10 minutes or so. One moment. Ah, okay. That was that 10 minutes or more? Probably more. Oh well. Sort of case like last time. Kind of. As in like similar length. If you count this section here to check out. But yeah, what's it called? I'm kind of in a Touhou mood now, so I kind of want to check out that Dreams in Arcadia game. Maybe I'll see what I don't know. I'll see. I'm kind of in a Touhou mood now, though. All right, go straight in. No, not yet. Oh, okay, gravestone. Names inscribed into the gravestones. Okami Gekimaru, Kida Katsura. They just dead? I don't think so. I don't. What's inside the house then? Unless it's like Renko's just chilling inside. Like, yeah, don't worry about it. Hey, Mary. Don't think so, but I mean, well, I mean, to be fair, I don't think Sage is going to be living in like. Okay, a photograph. That looks like Shinmomaru. Yeah, purple hair. That's Shinmomaru. Touhou 21 should be next year. We've been thinking of Touhou character death. I don't think it's not really a need for that though, to be honest. Like Akyu, like there is the whole like what was it? People were there's that trend of like the day Akyu dies. Like in real life, we passed over the date that if people like calculated that she would die on, because like Akyu has a low lifespan. Not low. Well, yeah, short lifespan rather, because of the whole. Well, she just has a short lifespan if it reincarnates, but that doesn't happen. But yeah, and like to be honest, we have like so many character death Touhou stuff in fan works. Like, yeah, how many times I've seen Marissa die or Reimu die because they're human. Who's that person on the right? Okay, cool. Shinmomaru and some mysterious person. Even a fully fledged incense burner here. The aroma is rather nice. I can't really make this out. The writer's handwriting is amazing. A book titled History of the Inchlings. Lao Tzu. Okay, there's something shining on the top right, top left. I'm just being careful to make sure there's no secret I'm missing again. Our room was rather nice. Pile of neatly folded clothes. Not been worn for a long time though. So many kimonos here. Some look a bit familiar. Drawer containing miscellaneous items like mirrors and combs. Butterfly-shaped hairpin. Craftsmanship is remarkable. An oil lamp been used for some time. Mirror. After what I've been through, am I still me? Okay, yeah, there's that, once again, there's that weird part with Seija, again, referring to Mary in a sly way. Okay, there's a secret here. Combination lock. I didn't expect this house to have one of these. What's inside the box? Umbrella, camera, Jizo. What's it supposed to be? A diary? Odd. Most of the pages are blacked out by ink. Did the homeowner do this or... Wait, there's a page here with something written on it. The Order of Trust? What does that mean? Okay, Order of Trust. There's a puzzle. Okay, a bit of a puzzle for this last section. Before we call it a day. This is a rather old-fashioned stove. A lot of ash under it. These are all neatly arranged aside from one or two. Okay, probably upstairs. Order of Trust, huh? The door is blocked. I can't really make out the words, but the writer's handwriting is amazing. Trees and flowers. The person living here has fine taste in art. Order of Trust? That's a number thing, but... Do you have anything Order of Trust? Hidden door underneath. It's unlocked. How odd. A katana. Looks very dangerous. Umbrella, camera, Jizo. What's that supposed to be? Combination lock. Didn't expect this house to have one of those. What's inside the box? Am I missing a hint? Oil lamp. Been used for some time. One sec. Full of life. Seems like it was taken care of. We can't even save here, I think. Yeah, we can't even save. Oh, no, we can save here. Too much time, intruder. Okay, let's see. Even though we save it for next stream. I don't know where to start with this puzzle. So many kimonos here. Butterfly-shaped hairpin. There's like 3 things here. 3... The homeowner must not be a great cook, judging from these thickly sliced vegetables. Rather old-fashioned stove. Ash underneath. These are all neatly arranged, aside from 1 or 2. Order of Trust. Huh. Hida Katsura. Okay, there's no... Okay, I'm really not sure. Unless it's like... It's to do with this mysterious note thing. But there's no numbers in there. We're missing a bunch of them as well anyway. Could this be... Yeah, I'm assuming it has to be solvable within this area, but... Okay, I'm missing this scroll. I can't make out the words, but the writer has a... Okay, penmanship. Oil lamp. Katana. Most of the diaries pages have been blacked out. In the store, I just saw someone coming by seeing a carrot. Order of Trust. Order of Trust? I don't know. I don't know what it's referring to. Hidden door underneath is locked. He just said something about 4 or whatever. That's what the closest thing. Oh, right. Would you trust a teacher? I can't really make out the words, but the writer's handwriting is amazing. Trees and flowers. Person living here has fine taste in art. Alright, I gotta call it soon. Oh yeah, 4-character idiom. Review the past, learn the new. Wants to be a teacher. Review the past, learn the new. 4. Yeah, 4-character. Am I still me? Nearly 40 clothes. Not worn for a very long time, though. So many kimonos in here. Okay, I have no idea. There's no, like... Yeah, the 4. Umbrella camera Jizo. What's that supposed to be? Okay, 4. Order of Trust. Oh, no. 4? Didn't expect this house to have one of these. What's inside the box? Because we can't go upstairs either. To the puzzle room that Renko and Yomu went through. Right. Yeah, Shinmomaru and then some other person on the right. There's an incense burner. Aroma's rather nice. I can't make out the words, but the writer has a making penmanship. Pile of neatly folded clothes. Not worn for a long time, though. There's so many kimonos in here. Some look familiar. Oil lamp. Okay, I don't really see anything that indicates numbers, though, here. Like, this the past thing. Unless we just look at Renko's grave again. Or headstone, rather. Okami, Gekimaru, Katsura, and Usami. And this is like around the forest. Oh, okay. No, this is where Yomu walks in during the cutscene. Okay, no. I think we're meant to be inside. Okay, I'm confused now. It's like, yeah. Order of Trust. But like, what can we... There's like three things here. What does it mean by trust? 2 beds. 2 beds, 3 of those. 1 table. And... I don't know. 1, 0 in the kitchen. I don't know. But what? The Theory of Barriers. Lao Tzu. Perfect Memento and Strict Sense. Ha! Karaoke stream, I'm good. History of the Inchlings. Potted plants full of life, taken care of. Okay, I have no idea. Okay, I'm also like trying to rush a bit right now. Near the graves are numbers, and you go from least to most trusted. There's no numbers on them, though. Okami, Gekimaru, then Kida, and then Renko. There's no numbers at all. There's like, what, 6? 3 graves, 6 leaves, 6 plants, 6 plants, 3 of these pillows, 2 beds. Order of Trust. Umbrella, Cameron, Jizo. Well, Umbrella makes me feel Kogasa, but she's not involved in this game. Camera's Aya, but then Jizo's statue is also a character not involved in this game. Only the words Order of Trust are legible. I have no clue. Looks very dangerous. Okay, I'm trying to rush a bit now, but it's fine. Okay, yeah. Let's save the game. Let's save the game real quick. Oops. I keep forgetting what the button is here. Okami's 1, Kida's 2. I guess like what? We trust Renko the most, then Kida, and then thing. 3, 2, 1. Well, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yeah, no. It's like we're assuming the issue is like we're assuming the numbers too much is the problem. We're assuming the numbers is the problem. It's pure like assumption on that part. Like I feel like we must be given the name somehow. The shoe rack is empty. Okay, weird. But I don't know. All right, we'll call it. I think we'll call it here for now, though. I mean, this is the start of the chapter 5, though. To be fair, well, assuming chapter 5, yeah. Shoot, I'm trying to find which button was it. Worth a shot, though. Yeah, I forget which button it was to open the menu, the save menu. It's not that one. It's not escape. I opened it just now. What was it? It's not the normal RPG Maker buttons. Is the thing. D. E is that, and D is okay. D. Okay, yeah. There's a secret thing as well. Anomaly 1 undiscovered. Oops. Okay, anomaly 3 undiscovered. 4 discovered. Insufficient clearance. I don't know. I don't know the secret thing either. Gotta make sure. Alright, cool. We'll call it for now. Let's see where we end up. Or how this goes, because yeah, it's not obviously it's not done with Seija. There's something else in at work. So let's see. Looking forward to it. We'll do this next week. But yes, I think yeah, Star Rail next week at least. This next week, and we'll see what else. So I'm in a Touhou mood now, so I'm kind of thinking of Dreams in Arcadia a bit. We'll see what I feel, or like some other. I don't know there's any other Touhou game I have besides Mystia. I gotta check. If there's anything on hand rather. I don't know. I'm a bit of a Touhou mood now. But yeah, let's see. We'll see for next week though. I'm in a bit of a Touhou mood. But yeah. Alright, cool. On to... Well, tomorrow we have like another RPG Maker game. Labyrinth one, I think it's like dungeon crawling. It's like SMT style. Yeah, SMT style. Well, old SMT style, yeah. The pixel art one. I know there's like Touhou, Labyrinth of Touhou. Like that's really old though. Is that even on Steam? There's Labyrinth of Touhou 3. Labyrinth. I think I saw that one on Steam actually. Yeah, okay, Labyrinth of Touhou. Yeah, those ones are on Steam as well. I know I played a bit of like one of them years ago. Let's get into Wanderer. Okay, there's two Labyrinth of Touhou Try and Labyrinth of Touhou. One's like, yeah, I see. There's two of them in the thing, on Steam. I remember playing like one of the older ones before. But yeah, we'll see. I don't have those though. I'm looking at Fantasy Maiden Wars someday as well, but that's on Steam as well. That's on Steam now, which is nice, rather. Alright, cool. On to tomorrow. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. But yes, like, RPG Maker game tomorrow, I think it's not too long. Not too long one. Probably like one stream, I think. We'll see. I just saw it on Steam and I figured, sure, why not? Let's check it out. Alright, bye-bye.